we're waiting for one more board member to log in and we will begin our meeting shortly. All right, it looks like we have everybody on. We'll reconvene the public meeting at 5:20 p.m. 1.07, Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Kwok, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please put your hand over your heart and pay homage to the greatest nation on the face of this earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. 1.08, report of actions taken during closed session. 1.04X, moved by Mr. Kwok, seconded by Mr. Delatorre to approve litigation settlement and release agreement with special education student OAH, case number 201-911-0678. Motion passed 5-0. Moved by Mr. Medrano and seconded by Mr. Kwok to appoint Dr. Alfonso Jimenez as the next superintendent for Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, subject to final approval of the employment agreement at the board's next regularly scheduled meeting. Motion carried 5-0. Congratulations, Dr. Jimenez. I believe we have Dr. Jimenez in the meeting, so let's go ahead and hear from our new superintendent. Mr. Jimenez.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Give me 1 second. Can we, Nancy, can we pin him so you can see Dr. Jimenez? All right, go ahead, Dr. Jimenez.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Board President Duarte, members of the board, cabinet and community. I'm Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. And first of all, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Education for appointing me as your next superintendent for the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. I am super excited to lead this great district, and I'm looking forward to joining the team. I have followed the district for quite some time, as I do live very close by and know about the great accomplishments of the district and community. I also understand, some of the unique needs of the community and know that I will learn new things as I come on board, and I will spend my time listening, observing, and getting to know everybody, as relationships, are key and they're very important. So I do look forward to meeting our community of students, parents, staff, and leaders in the upcoming weeks. I also want to take this time to thank our former superintendent, Ms. Parulan Kofer. for the great accomplishments that she had over her tenure as superintendent. And I also want to thank our interim superintendent, Ms. Pui, for leading during this transition. Just a few information just about myself. You know, I have 24 years in education, 17 of those years in administration, but some of the most best years of my education career were spent in the classroom as a teacher for 7 years. So I do understand the unique needs of the classroom, especially during this time period. So I want to make sure that I utilize my strengths in those areas to be able to help lead our great district. And, you know, just as most superintendents, I've done various levels of my administrative career, being an AP, a principal, director, assistant superintendent, and most recently, deputy superintendent via Santa Ana Unified. So I look forward to working with the board in unison to define a common vision and purpose for the district as we are dealing with some unprecedented times in our history. And I know we'll get through this together. And so I look forward to working with everybody, listening, observing, and moving the district forward during these times. So thank you so much, board, for your support and for entrusting me in this great responsibility that I humbly accept and look forward to working with every one and each of you on the board. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. And again, congratulations. We had some challenging times already in Hacienda La Puente Unified, but now during a pandemic and how we're going to address returning to school come August 5th is going to be some greater challenges. And we look forward to having you guide us through all of this. And I'll go ahead and open it up to the board. We'll start off with Dr. Chang in case, if you want to say any words. Dr. Chang.
Oh, I'm very happy that we have Dr. Jimenez come to our school district. And just like Dr. Jimenez mentioned about, he's our neighbor and welcome neighbors and to our school districts. And from now on, we will probably have lots of opportunities for you to see you and see you around and in our school district. And I'm also happy that we have a leader and who has worked for a school district of the larger size. So, so I'm pretty sure that Jimenez can handle our school district really well. Thank you very much, Dr. Jimenez. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chang.
Thank you, Vice President Dr. Chang. We'll move to our board clerk, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Jimenez, wonderful for you to join us. I couldn't be more personally excited. You're thoughtful, you're caring, you're one of us. Your family's here, you live close by, you're exemplary in every way. I look forward to your leadership and know that each one of us here in this board in this school district is absolutely dedicated and invested in your success for our kids, public education, and our community. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Mr. Del Torre.
Dr. Jimenez, welcome on board. You'll appreciate working with our district. We have amazing staff, amazing families, kids. You'll love it. You'll just fall in love. And I know we appreciate the fact that you come with a great deal of experience. You're a family man and you've been in the trenches right there, being an educator. And I know you have your heart in the right direction. And I like your sense of humor, the fact that you're bilingual, and you're gonna be able to provide so much more support to our district. And just want to say, welcome on board. And we're here to help you, to provide you with any support you need. We're in this together, and I'm sure we'll be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. De La Torre.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. And finally, Mr. Medrano.
Thank you, President Duarte. Dr. Jimenez, I am so excited that you will be joining the HLPUSD family. We couldn't have asked for a more ideal candidate. We know how passionate you are about kids, how passionate you are about improving the life of kids and ensuring that HLPUSD is not just a great place for students, but a great place to work. And we're really excited about you being with us. I know that each of us on the board are looking forward to the great things you're going to do for our community. And of course, wish you well and try to support you as best we can as you take control during one of the most unprecedented historical times, not just in education, but really in history. And we think you're the right person for the job, and we know you're going to show that pretty quickly. So welcome aboard. Really excited to work alongside you.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano.
Again, congratulations, Dr. Jimenez. I know the community is excited to meet you. This is just a little tease. Once Dr. Jimenez starts on July 1st, we will be setting up a series of, unfortunately, Zoom meetings because we're not meeting in person, but we'll be setting up a series of meetings to get to know Dr. Jimenez a little bit better and his vision for our school district. So we look forward to hearing from you after July 1st, Dr. Jimenez. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I look forward to working with everybody in the community. So I look forward and I'm excited about this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 1.09, roll call.
Mr. Duarte,
Present.
Dr. Jung,
Here.
Mr. Kwok,
Present.
Mr. De La Torre,
Present.
Mr. Medrano,
Here.
Mrs. Bowie,
Here.
Dr. Fancher. Here. Ms. Rojas. Here.
All right, 1.10, approve the minutes for the emergency meeting on March 13th, 2020, and virtual regular meeting on April 23rd, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, a second by Mr. Medrano. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Dr. Chang, you have to unmute yourself.
The turn. Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 1.11, request to speak to agenda items 1.11A, confirmation of request cards collected from audience members wishing to speak to items on the agenda. We did receive some prior to the board meeting, but again, because of this new virtual board meeting, if you would like to speak during public comment, please raise your hand. I will get to you to speak. Please raise your hand on the Zoom meeting so we can call you if you weren't able to submit a request prior to our board meeting. 2, reports and presentations. And we will go ahead and turn it over to our interim superintendent, Ms. Annie Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Board President. For tonight, I would like to begin with the student board rep report and recognition of the student board rep. Tonight, our board representative will be reporting all the great things about their school. And now I would like to welcome our terrific student board rep. First, I have Mr. Alexander Lam, a La Punte warrior. Alex graduated this year and will be attending UC Santa Cruz and major in computer science. His career goal will become a Google technology advisor. This young man enjoys cooking, especially when creating new meals. One day, he planned to travel to Japan. Alexander is happy when he met his family and friends proud of his accomplishment. Congratulations, Alexander Lam.
Am I allowed to speak? Hello?
Yeah, we are ready for you, Alexander.
Okay. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Annie Bowie, and congratulations to now Superintendent Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. Members of the cabinet and audience, I am Alexander Lam, the school board representative for La Puente High School. So a question that was asked to me was, what makes La Puente High School so great? And this is some follow-up questions is it the academics, is it the sports, or is it the school itself? To simply answer that question is that everything is great at LPHS. Whether it being the faculty or the students, one thing could be said that LPHS is a great high school in our community. With the school being over 100 years old, each year that passes is a representation of the growth and greatness at LPHS. So some things that make LPHS so great will be the amazing faculty on campus. During this peril time, teachers and counselors still continuously work for the students. Teachers were working well, whether it be through emails or Zoom. Counselors were giving copious amounts of help to the current 2020 graduating students through Google Classroom and simple emails to remind them about important information. The teachers and counselors are driven to make the students succeed through any situation, and that was what the staff at LPHS has done. The students themselves are also what make LPHS so great. Many students were still driven to learn, although there were limitations. Clubs still managed to continue, even with the practice of social distancing. Everyone kept them moving forward and adjusted. In this unprecedented event that occurred, I'm extremely proud to say that I was able to be a La Ponte warrior. I love LPHS because it gave me the opportunity to become a better leader and a better person. It has given me the opportunity to be the captain of the football team, Renaissance president, and the student board representative. I am proud to say I graduated from La Ponte High School during this time. Although this year did not end the way I wanted, I'm still proud to be a warrior. And this will be the last time I'll be saying this, so thank you for everything. And as always, stay warrior strong.
Annie, do we have our next student representative up?
I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat it again. I think I was mute.
Yes,
So
you were.
we have Miss Melanie Cruz of Wilson Whitecat, who also graduated this year. This young woman will be attending Campoli Pomona and majoring in political science. One day become an immigration attorney. Melanie loves spending time with her family and friends and plan to travel to Amsterdam one day. Melanie's favorite things in life is seeing other people happy. Congratulations, Melanie, and we are ready for you. We are ready for you, Melanie.
Oh, can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Okay. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Interim Superintendent, Mrs. Annie Bowie, our new Superintendent, Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, members of the Cabinet and audience. My name is Melanie Cruz, and I'm the school board representative for Glen A. Wilson High School. There are tons of reasons as to why Wilson is an outstanding campus, which include our academics, athletics, and our many extracurricular activities. However, Wilson has not only prepared me for the future, but it has also shaped my success with the family dynamic we have on campus. This Wildcat family has provided numerous resources, from academic opportunities to having staff and administrators who truly care about all the students. Personally, I have had endless support from all the staff at Wilson. For example, my counselor, Mrs. Mabry, offered me lots of support throughout my 4 years, primarily during the college application process. As a first-generation student, I always had tons of questions for her, and she was always willing to help me with anything I ever needed. This did not only shape my future success, but it's the reason why Wilson is so special to me. Her encouragement, along with many other staff members, allowed me to feel the support the school had to offer. Wilson is a special campus because it allows for all of our students to feel motivated, supported, and teaches us all the importance of resilience, ownership, adaptability, and respect. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for your continued efforts to hear from us even during this unprecedented time. I hope you're all doing well and staying healthy. Thank you for your time and good evening.
Thank you so much, Melanie. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
Next, and now we have Mr. Isaac Diaz, a Valley 9 graduate. Isaac planned on attending Rio Hondo and majoring in history. He planned to become a high school history teacher and maybe one day to join our school district. Isaac loved to play guitar and sing and would like to visit Hawaii. The happiness when spending time with family and friends. Congratulations, Isaac. And we're wishing you the best for everything. We are ready for you. We are ready for you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Duarte, members of the school board, interim superintendent Mrs. Annie Bowie, members of the cabinet, and audience. I'm Isaiah Diaz, and I'm proud to be the school board representative for Valley Alternative Schools. I would like to take this opportunity to share a little bit about Valley and my experience attending the school. Initially, when I was informed I had to attend Valley to recover my credits, I was disappointed. I've heard so many negative things about Valley, and I just didn't want to go. But now, after graduating early from Valley, I have to say it was the best experience ever. Valley provided me with teachers and staff who truly care about their students and their success. From teachers to administration, everyone knows your name. It was nice to walk on the campus and be greeted by your name, not just, hey, student, or hi there. Students are provided the opportunity to display their full potential and get support discovering their potential. The administration has an open door policy, and I was able to go to them anytime I needed additional support. Not only were they helpful, but the teachers also constantly motivating and encouraging their students. They took additional time to explain an assignment if you didn't understand or offer lunchtime tutoring for extra help. The faculty and staff at Valley are truly amazing people, and they make Valley feel like home, not just a school. The opportunity of recouping credits through the quarter system is extremely helpful and beneficial to all students trying to graduate or go back to their home school. Valley provides students to take courses and explore potential careers at the Willow Adult School. Many students are grateful for this partnership that Valley and the Adult School has. Not only are students provided with CTE information, but are also informed and provided with help and guidance registering to Mount Sac and Rio Hondo Community College. What makes Valley unique and special is that the school is small, so the community of students, teachers, and staff are more united and work closely together, allowing students and teachers to work more closely together and cooperate with each other for the overall success of the students. I'm glad for the experience I had at Valley, and I just hope that sharing my experience and talking about the school, people will stop the negative stereotypes about Valley, but rather see it for what it is, a place where there are amazing staff and faculty, where students feel comfortable and learn to thrive, and where it's not just a school, but a second home. I'm proud to be a Knight, and I'm proud to graduate from Valley Alternative School. Lastly, we invite you to visit Valley Alternative School, where we'll see students who are safe, responsible, and respectful. And always remember, if it ain't a Knight, it ain't right.
Thank you very much. We're wishing you the best. Next, we have Miss Dala Canedas, who will be a senior next school year. Dala is on the lookout towards Concord and plan to attending Mount Sac and earn her AA degree, then transferring to UCLA. Her major will be in psychology, and her career goal is to become a therapist or a counselor. One day, she plans to visit Italy. What makes Dala happiest is having fun with family and friends. We're looking forward to hear from you in the next school year, Dara. We are ready for you.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Ms. Bowie, our new Superintendent Mr. Alfonso Jimenez, members of the Cabinet. I am Doral Cardenas, the school board representative for Los Altos High School. There are so many great qualities about Los Altos High School, from the various extracurricular activities, timeless traditions, supportive teachers, amazing athletics, awesome activities, and grand events. This really makes everyone feel really included in our one big happy family of Conquerors. We have all types of clubs that make students feel really welcome and like that they have a place at Los Altos, a place they can call home. The things that make Los Altos special are absolutely endless. We are truly a one-of-a-kind school where the students do not rest and always find an alternative approach if unexpected circumstances occur, especially the leadership programs. During these devastating times, the ASB team never stops to try and uplift the spirits of our students. LAHS ASB created the Virtual Arts Spirit Week, where students and faculty got to showcase their talents and the beauty of art. Seniors were able to access a virtual senior countdown, where in this case, we created 11 virtual posts for each day that tie into the theme of the class of 2020. Our supporting staff was able to virtually give advice to the class of 2020 as well. We created virtual senior spotlights for our varsity senior athletes. And our dearly beloved Mrs. Winnie Gilbert, who is sadly retiring this year, was chosen to be the 2020 Teacher of the Year. LAHS organized a beautiful drive-by farewell for Miss Gilbert on May 26, where we were able to show her our love and gratitude. I love my school because I really feel like it has my best interests in becoming successful. I know my teachers are there to give me the knowledge and tools to be able to help me succeed. Not only do my teachers provide patience and support, but they're also extremely caring, especially when students are struggling. I love how at Los Altos there is an incredible live school spirit and energy.
We are known for being the Conquer Crazies, and I absolutely love that because it goes to show you just how dedicated the students are to their loving home, high school. I also love the various selection of club sports and extracurricular activities we have to offer because it demonstrates how Los Altos has diversity and culture. My school helps me succeed because they help me reach my fullest potential. They push me through persuading me to become more involved in school activities, extracurricular activities, and AP and honors courses. They also really help me through the amazing counselors they assign the students to. The counselors really show the students how much they care for their health, education, and future. My counselor really helped show me the importance of balancing mental health with schoolwork, and it really helped me thrive. Again, thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Dora. Wishing you the best and see you next year. Last but absolutely not least, now we have Miss Emily Luna, a Workman High School Lobo, who will be also a senior student next year. Emily's future will attending UCLA and majoring in genetic, and her career goal is eventually to become a lab researcher or cardiologist. Emily loved to ride horse. One day she would like to visit Santorini, Greece. She loved dancing and going to Pico, her favorite dance place. We are ready for you, Emily.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Mrs. Annie Bowie, new Superintendent Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, and members of the Cabinet. I am Emily Luna, the school board representative for William Workman High School. Our school was said to be home to the world's greatest students, and that statement speaks for itself for a number of reasons. Workman continues to offer a number of opportunities where any student can find their passion. We're home to many successful clubs and organizations such as ASB, Renaissance, Link Crew, Key Club, Felix Ventures, Girls Build, and All Sports. Not only have these organizations created ways for students to connect and feel part of the school, but they have paved the way for the foundation of many students' futures. On top of extracurricular activities, we carry a great curriculum for education as well, such as career pathways in medicine, business, mechanics, and a full variety of honors and AP classes. Workman has been my home away from home for almost 4 years now, and it has taught me to be more than just a student. With the help of our caring staff and especially our counselors, I have expanded my capacities in many aspects of my life, such as being independent, educated in important life skills, and even to be a better person for the world. One thing I admire about my school is the culture. It allows us to become a family and form close bonds with everyone. As a Lobo, I have been able to look at my accomplishments and opportunities and say with full confidence that I would not be where I am today without my school and the caring adults. In times of stress, there was never a time that I was not reassured that success was soon to come. All in all, I'm looking forward to my senior year and graduating as a Lobo. As the future approaches, I will remember all the ways Workman has paved the way for my success, whether it was through granting me new opportunities such as being Workman's school board representative, the vice president of school sites council, or pushing me to continue to want to learn something new every day. My school has shown me that even the biggest geniuses do not know everything, so the world will always be mine to explore and improve. I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy during these hard times, and thank you for all the precautions you guys have done to ensure us on not only our education, but our health as well. Thank you, and as always, go Lobos.
Thank you, Emily. All student board rep, you are great. You're doing great. For the senior, you now graduate. You will get into your new life. And doesn't matter what you want to do, how do you want to do, please remember that when you belong, you are always a family member of Hasadan Apunte. We are here for you and we love to hear from you. So whenever you have a chance, come back to visit the school district. Where your school, the school district, we want to hear from you. Wishing you all the best. For the junior, I'm sure we will meet you again for next year. You're doing great. We send you home. We ask you to study on online distance learning, and you're doing great. I am so proud of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Please stay safe and healthy. Thank you. Next, I would like to move to the second. Yes.
Really quickly before we move on, I know usually the board likes to say some words to our student representatives. So we'll start off with our Vice President, Dr. Chang.
Oh, I think I'll try because there's no way to compare. I guess Gino, he's going to give his speech after me. But I'm very impressed about all our student board. They are not the only, academic performance wonderful, but also the skills of presentation and in the public speaking are wonderful. So wish them have a good luck in their future study, and also thank them for serve our school board for the last years or so, and wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, President Duarte. You know, one of the great joys of being a school board member is to meet and spend time with our board reps. These kids are absolutely outstanding. They represent the best of who we are. It's their future that we're work for. It's because of public education that brings us all together. So I congratulate them all. I have special words for the seniors. Obviously, this is a time that nobody would have expected when we began the year. But know that we're always going to be here for you. This is our home. You light our path every day. And if there's anything we can do to help you at any time, we're here for you. I look forward to our juniors that will be returning. I thank them all. And I know that our future is bright if they're in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Mr. Del Torre.
Well, let me start off by saying thank you. Thank you to all of our school board representatives. I really appreciate you coming over and telling us the wonderful things that are going on in your campuses. I think it's, I loved it. I love hearing wonderful things that are happening with sports and academics. I just want to make sure that, you do understand that you do have an invitation, especially coming from me, that you're welcome to talk to me and tell me your concerns also might be happening in your school. Even if it's via Zoom. I would love to hear your concerns. We're here to serve you, and I really appreciate everything that you've been doing. Congratulations to the class of 2020. We haven't forgotten about you. We're going to be continuing celebrating throughout this whole time. We just want to make sure that you're safe, and we're going to continue and wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Mr. Medrano.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. To our board reps, thank you so much for meeting the obligations of your positions this year. Being on this board the past 4 or 5 years, it is a singular privilege to get the chance to know our class of board reps each year. And like those that came before you, you all are special and standouts in your own ways. Each of us, I think, on the board, and especially myself, without doubt, looks forward to breaking bread with you at CSB every year. And amongst the many memories you have as a school board member, our dinners with you there are no doubt at the top of the list of some of the best things we get to do as board members. So I can't tell you how bummed I am that we couldn't say bye to you all in person. I want to congratulate you all on this academic year. I'm very excited for your futures. Thanks for your service, and don't be a stranger. Don't forget to come back home to HLPUSD when you're finished on your journeys after this.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. So I also want to just say thank you to our student board reps for keeping us informed on what's going on in your campuses. But, I also want to say I'm sorry that your time was cut short by this pandemic. We always look forward to hearing from you and giving us updates on your school sites. For the seniors, congratulations on graduating. We look forward to hearing what your futures hold, and I'm sure they're all going to be very successful. For the juniors, we look forward to what your senior year looks like. But thank you all for keeping us informed, participating. We really enjoyed your company at CSBA, getting to know you better, knowing your ambitions and what you hope to do in the future. So thank you to our board reps. So thank you. Best of luck. Annie, back to you.
Thank you, the board. I will continue what The recognition of certificate and classified retiree, it will be by Mrs. Rojas. Normally during this time, the board and all of us would have the chance, the school district have a chance to shake hands and celebrate every single retiree as a school district. Sorry that we don't get to do it this year, so but we still want to make sure that we recognize all of your name. So JR will be handling it. We're doing it.
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is an unusual time for all of us, and so we wish that we could be in person to recognize our retirees this year. But because we cannot, we didn't want to at least be able to say a few words and to let everybody know how grateful we are for the service of all of our retirees. Retirement is a withdrawal from one's position or occupation or one's active working life. Our 2019-2020 retirees together have a total of 1,178 years of service. I think they have earned the time to do what they want, or nothing at all. We wish them all things restful and relaxing in retirement, and thank them for all their many years of service to the students, staff, and community of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. I would like to read off the names first of our classified retirees. Sylvia Alba, Catalina Alcaraz, Alicia Avalos, Angel Becerra, Kimberly Calabrese, Juan Carlos Carleso, Pat Cathy, Jennifer Chen, Judy Craig, Arturo Flores, Eduardo Garcia, Teresa Garcia, Deborah Gatan, Susan Godinez, Michael Goyen, Nick Irobali, Satomi Canto, Maria Lara, Paula Leos, Margarita Lopez, Steve Magallanes, Silvia Moreno, Mira Ortega, Teresa Palacio, Juan Ramirez, Cecilia Annette Rodriguez, Pedro Santiano, Stephen Sudo, Margaret Trejo, Jesus Vaca, Martha Velasco, Alice Villalobos, and Sonia Wheeler. We thank you. Together, the classified retirees have 686 years of service. Thank you for your dedication to the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. If we could move to the next slide, we would like to recognize our certificated retirees. Carmel Horstman, Maria Luisa Balucanag, May Chen, James Domenico, Linda English, Beth Hedstrom, Pamela Cato, William Kepler, Diane Martins, Anne McKechnie, Terrence Morvice, Dana Munoz Corona, Essie Nelson Ector, Ursula Olexin, Concepcion Pleites, Robert Perot, Joshua Reddy, Gloria Schuster, Lori Stack, and Margaret Suto. Thank you to our certificated retirees. We wish you nothing but the best in retirement, and we look forward to you returning when we return to some semblance of everybody being together, to some of our events, to hear your new adventures in retirement. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you, JR. So the very next one that I would like to have Dr. Fancher to present the LCAP update for the new school year of 2020-21. Dr. Fancher.
Dr. Fancher, before you begin, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm going to interrupt again because, again, we normally, all the board members like to say congratulations and thank you for all our retirees. So we'll start off with Dr. Chang, our Vice President.
I am always the first. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the classified employee, and also thank all the teachers. And as I can see the name list, there are several peoples. They have served our school district, more than 30 years. This is a tremendous commitment and contribution to our school district. I really sincerely and thank them for their effort and thank them to build up our strong school district. And also, another way I'm saying in here, try to say in here is the experience really count. And in this retirement, I always feel, sorry that we lost so many talented people and experienced people. They can do things quick and fast and effective. And but their life have to go on. So with that one, I wish them luck and have a happy retirement.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. We'll move it to our board clerk, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to salute all of our employees. To think that they would have spent over 1,000 years, right, a millennium with our school district, really says the dedication and the type of bonds that we have in our community and with our employees. They care about their kids, our kids, they take care of our kids, they teach our kids, they feed our kids, they bus our kids, they do everything for them. We, as board members, do what we can from a policy perspective, but the true heroes are our employees. So I thank them for their service, their dedication, their commitment to public education, and for always being there for our community, our parents, our families, and for the future of all kids, especially the kids in HLPUSD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. We'll turn it over to Mr. Del Torre.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all your years of service to our students. I wish you an enjoyable retirement and just welcome to a new chapter. So it's not really retirement, just, honey-do list. And I know you're going to be super busy with different projects, but enjoy them and thank you. And just know that once you become a HLPUSD member, you'll always be a family member. So enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Mr. Medrano.
Thank you. And just echo what my colleagues have said. Congratulations to all of our retirees, classified, all the way up to our administrators who, as well, who are leaving. I can't thank you enough for your service to this district. There are some names on there who I saw that are retiring that, like many of us on staff, are sad to see go, but grateful to have had you as an employee and contribute so positively to our district in your career. Wishing you nothing but health and happiness and success in your retirements. Well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. And I also just want to say thank you to all of our classified staff and certificated staff. And when we look at this list, it's always one of the best times for being a board member, being able to take your hand down the line. We're not going to be doing that anytime soon, unfortunately, but just say thank you. Thank you for all your years of work and dedication to the students and families of Hacienda La Puente. And you look at this list and you see 35 years, 34 years, 33 years, and it really talks about the dedication you guys have as employees. So thank you to all of our teachers, all of our classified staff. Enjoy your retirement. So again, thank you for all you do, and we'll turn it back to Dr. Fancher. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Fancher.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, Ms. Bowie. All right, a quick update on the LCAP because there have been some changes due to COVID-19. So there was an executive order that was established. Nancy, if you could go to the next slide, please. What this does is it extends the deadline for our adoption of the 2021 LCAP from July 1 to December 15th, 2020, and then it'll go to the State Board of Education in January. So it waives also certain LCAP related budgetary requirements, such as adopting the LCAP prior to the 2021 budget. And it also requires that we provide a written report to the community. Nancy, if you'll go to the next slide. This written report is to describe and discuss how we will continue to deliver high quality distance learning opportunities, that we will provide school meals, and that we'll arrange for supervision of students during ordinary school hours. So they do have a template for us, but these are the three prompts that we have to answer and respond to and report to the board. Next slide, please. So a public hearing is not required, but it is due before July 1. So we'll be presenting it at the June 25th board meeting. And it will then be posted on the LEAs on our website. On the next slide, please. So they are giving us a template for a 1-year LCAP that we will have for the 2021 school year that is due in December. So we'll be working on that. And like I said, that is just a 1-year LCAP. And then after that, they will provide a template for that. So we can go ahead to the next slide because it has the timeline on it. So you can see the June 25th is our written report, December 15th, our 1-year LCAP, then it will be approved. And then they are starting the cycle all over again for a 3-year LCAP in the 2021 through 2024 school year. All of these templates for the 1-year LCAP and for the new 3-year LCAP are still under construction, so to speak. So we'll give you more information, but you can look forward to the written report on June 25th. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Judy, can you spend some time to explain to us how does this distance learning being conducted? How do the students get the material, and are those material different from their regular curriculum, or they are about the same? And how do they turn in their homework, or do they need to turn in the homework, or how do they conduct the test, or do they need to have a test?
Okay, so in response to what we did in our emergency situation, because we really went to emergency remote learning because we did not have an opportunity to plan for that. In that time, what we did is we established a website on the district, a district website dedicated to distance learning, and our TOSAs put up weekly and daily lessons for all grades, preschool actually through 12th grade, including lessons for our English learners and including lessons for our special education students. Students participated in a variety of ways. Teachers used Clever, they used Zoom, they used their Google Classrooms. Assignments were turned in those formats. They might have been emailed. As you also recall, we also sent out scholastic packets to all grade levels. Due to the mails, those are still getting out, and we're just hearing from our high school students are receiving their scholastic packets that have summer reading journals and colored pencils and crayons for the younger ones. For the coming year, as we plan for distance learning, that is one of the keys to having Canvas in place so that we can have on a centralized learning management system that everyone can access, that students and parents can access weekly lessons, daily lessons. They are to be using their current materials. During the emergency school closure, they did use some additional supplemental materials because we were not able to send a lot of things home with the kids. In fact, we didn't send much home with them because they went home on a Friday and we closed school that evening. But in the coming year, all of this will be in place so that students are using the adopted curriculum along with some supplemental curriculum, and assessments will happen, attendance will be taken, and grades will be given as per a regular school year. But we have a lot of planning to do before we get to that point.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher.
So if we have this kind of arrangement, if it's a distance learning, then do we still need to limit the class size, or we don't have any concern of class size? Or also another one is can we have for instance, the high school, can they have across the school district taking the the courses in other high school.
And so Dr. Chang, with class size and all of that, that would be need to be negotiated with our association. But even if it's a virtual class, teachers still have to engage, interact, and grade papers and plan as if they were in a face-to-face setting full time. But class size is negotiated, so that would be an item we'd have to discuss. As far as crossing over boundaries to other schools to take classes, with the implementation of Canvas, that is actually one of the benefits that would be easier to do. So if we didn't have enough students for a particular class at one school, but if we had enough across the different schools, we could put them together in a single class virtually through Canvas. So there are a lot of opportunities to do things like that. And that is one of the aspects of this unfortunate situation that is helping us to look at education and delivery models a little bit differently. But we'll be working with the associations to discuss this. We'll be working on, a committee collaboratively with HLPTA to discuss what instruction might look like come this school year, starting August 5th.
And that would be really great for students. They want to take a special courses, especially those AP classes. They can cross the schools and take those AP classes. That would be wonderful.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher.
You're welcome.
So the next one, I would like for us to turn over and welcome the Capital Advisor Group, including Mr. Gordon and our former superintendent, Mr. O'Connell, to present the Hassan Al-Punta budget for governing board. Basically, this is the landscape of the May revision budget that we'll be using to prepare our budget. So what you see in this one is a state budget proposal for the May revision, and we will be follow what's the impact on the Hassan Al-Punta. So I would like to welcome, Calvo, how are you? Just want to welcome you, for the presentation tonight. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much. Good.
Yes, you can begin.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Bowie. And it's nice to be with you and with your staff and President Duarte doing an excellent job here navigating in uncharted waters, a virtual meeting. Kevin and I have had a chance to participate in a couple of these, and it's going very smoothly. Nancy Ruiz of your staff was very helpful. We had a dress rehearsal dry run about 8:30 this morning, and she was very accommodating and very helpful. But nice to be with you again, President Duarte, the members of your board, and congratulations to Dr. Jimenez. Capital Advisors does work with Santa Ana School District as well. So we're very familiar with his great reputation there as well. I have to tell you, it's always hard following your very successful students, very impressive. I think you might have a future state superintendent of public instruction there amongst them. And also congratulations to all of your retirees. My goodness, as your board members pointed out, over 1,000 years, some people well over 30 years. Term limits took me out. So I know this was on their own volition, so it's nice to be here. Kevin and I have put together a few slides, and I think Kevin wanted to make some preliminary opening comments on some things that have been happening in Sacramento just within the last literally 24 hours. And then we'd like to just bring you up to date. And we promise President Duarte to do this under 6 hours for you there as well. So Kevin, if you'd like to open up, and we'll be ready and can go from there.
Great, thank you, Jack, I appreciate it. And please interrupt with questions at any time that you want. The thing that Jack had referred to is sort of an introduction before we jump into this slide. We wanted to kind of give you guys a sense of what's going on with the May Revise and the impacts on Hacienda La Puente School District as we work on this issue. The first point is to make sure that the board is aware that under this current board's leadership, you guys have been much more directly engaged in government relations, which has been helpful, at least with Capital Advisors. But the thing that's been really impressive is with Board President Duarte, and I know several of you have really good, solid working relationships with our legislative delegation. We have 2 senators and 2 members of the assembly that cover parts of the district. And we've managed to achieve some phone conversations with them to sort of formally lay out the posture of the school district from a financial standpoint and what some of the challenges will be to try to shoulder some of the cuts that are proposed in the May revision. So we got a little bit ahead of that. One of the things I want to make sure the board knows is that in the last couple of weeks, I'm telling you, there are words that have been spoken on the floor of the Assembly and the Senate from our legislators that are identical to essentially the things that came up that the district raised during its meetings, the virtual meetings that we had with our legislative delegation. Senator Bob Archuleta, who has been very passionate about the fact that schools should not be taking cuts of this depth. He's been very articulate about that. And so has Senator and Assembly Member Rubio. Both of them have been really outspoken about how damaging these education cuts can be. So I wanted to let you know that that engagement, I think, directly by the board has been extremely helpful. They needed to hear from local districts. The other thing is that it's unfortunate, but you guys are amongst just a handful of districts that are really actually going out there engaging your legislators directly on these issues. It would be great if more districts would do it. I know CSBA is trying to work on that, but you guys have actually made that happen. So at about 1 o'clock in the morning last night, I sent an email to the acting superintendent Bowie, and we try to keep you guys on the leading edge of everything that's happening in Sacramento. A major document outlining what the Senate's intention was regarding this budget ended up being leaked. We got a hold of it. We made sure that you guys were aware of it. But here's the breaking news that's very significant. The Senate version, the state Senate version of the budget would actually inflict 0 cuts on the local control funding formula, as well as categorical programs. That is a very big deal. So if you take a look at how, I mean, it's like the polar opposite of what the governor's got on the table, which is the deepest cuts in state history, to the Senate version of the budget that doesn't do any cuts to education. And I know you're sitting there like I was last night thinking, how do they pull this off? They got a $54 billion overall problem. And so the way they do it is because one of the things that Senator Archuleta and also Assemblymember Rubio helped point out was that when you look at this budget and the overall solutions, the overwhelming majority of the cuts are being shouldered by education. It's just not right. That by percentage, if you take a look at it, on average, other programs outside of education are being cut by about 8%. The programs in education being cut by 14%. And basically what they were saying is that the administration, the Newsom administration, is taking kind of an across the board approach to a budget. Well, that kind of approach means you have no priorities. If you have priorities, you're going to single out things that are really important that you want to save and preserve and actually reevaluate what should stay and what shouldn't. And that's exactly what the state Senate did. And they basically came to the conclusion, we don't want to see cuts to the local control formula or to categorical programs. Now, we were originally thinking, is this some kind of a stunt or what's going on here? And then today learned that the state assembly is of a very similar philosophy with the Senate. So they've got a mix of other solutions. The one is going to be a special bond that they're going to float that creates some revenues for the state to get out of this. Another are substantial deferrals that are made across the budget. Another is counting on federal money to come through, but the dollar amount that they're going to count on is not unrealistic given the politics. I mean, if we got our share of even $1 billion federal package, which is 1/3 of the package that Democrats passed, we would way surpass that $33 billion that is being counted on in the Senate package. So the bottom line is a lot's moving around in the last number of hours. But what we wanted to do is walk you through very quickly some of the key points as it relates to the May revision. I think I might want to stop there and just see if anybody has any question before I jump in to the May revision. And by the way, when I do this, I'll be contrasting it to the Senate proposal, which really does have traction and is moving through the process. So you can see a budget that doesn't cut education versus the proposals the governor has? And then what are the implications to us in Hacienda La Puente? Any questions so far?
I think you can continue, Kevin.
Okay, great, thanks. Why don't we have that first slide then, Nancy, if you could. So this is kind of a summary slide. I've got other slides in this deck. We're not going to take up your time presenting. I just want to make sure you guys had it. This slide, I summarize a lot of the main points. First of all, the revenue numbers are mostly an educated guess. We don't know the numbers because we don't have the revenue. And Jack, that's compared to what you've been through in prior terms when you were in the legislature, right?
Yeah, this is unprecedented, and the calendar is just really upside down. Once it was announced that our tax returns would not be April 15th, but instead would be July 15th, both state and federal, but we're talking about the state now, as well as our anticipated taxes that come forward, the estimated taxes. The state's not going to really know until the end of July. So the May revise really is, as Kevin points out in here, it's an educated guess. And then on June 15th, it's in the Constitution now, the state legislature must pass the budget or our friends don't get paid. So we can guarantee you a great deal of certainty the budget's going to pass, something will be in it by June 15th. But the reality is it's not going to be till the end of July, maybe even the first week of August. I'm now calling it the August revise. And that's when actually we'll have an idea of how much money we're talking about and how creative we have to be outside of our normal budget process.
So the overall size of the problem as defined by the governor, and frankly, the Senate agrees with this number, is about a $19 billion problem for kindergarten through 14. So that includes the community colleges. And we always give that number because that's the Proposition 98 guarantee. $19 billion shortfall. The K-12 share of that is $15.1 billion. Now, the Senate didn't like those overall numbers and said, that's assuming the rock bottom minimum funding guarantee, taking schools down to that, which has dropped significantly. We ought to not be treating Prop 98 as a funding ceiling. We ought to be treating it like a funding floor and not automatically cutting that deeply. So right away, the Senate starts about $3 billion higher than that $15 billion number. $15 billion lower in terms of the problem that they need to attack. So that's right off the bat, the Senate version is a better version. Then the way he balances, the way the governor balances his $15.1 billion are several key things that he does. And there are cuts mostly to the local control fund formula. That's a $6.5 billion cut, or 10%. And he cuts categorical programs. He also doesn't do a lot of programs that he had proposed in January. So those are the governor's cuts. But what the governor then gives back in his budget is this list of things that's on this slide right here. All of these things that are in this, all these givebacks to us, we actually see those in the Senate version of the budget on top of them not cutting LCFF and not cutting categoricals. So you look at, you have the special ed base rate increase to $645 per pupil. So that raises that base rate, and Hacienda La Puente stands to benefit by that adjustment. Help with the STRS PERS issue. This is an issue that we, as your advocates, have been lobbying for. We're the ones that put this idea on the table, that we need help over the next 2 years of covering those costs in STRS and PERS that are going up. So they have that in both budgets, the governor's budget as well as the Senate version. And then these next 3 pots of federal money. One of them you guys do really well on, and that's the Title I distribution of that first budget that says federal ESSER. That's going to go out by Title I formula. We do well in the district on that. 1.6 billion is the total. The state gets to keep 10% of that. So the total amount that'll go out is 1.45 billion. Again, we'll do well with that pot of money. We will do well in the district. The next one is this Corona Relief Fund. That money is going to go out in 2 ways. About 1.5 billion of it goes out based on special ed. And obviously we've got our share of special ed kids. That's on top of that special ed piece I mentioned, that's the first bullet. So another shot of special ed relief, which is good. Every dollar you put into special ed, we got plenty of encroachment in the district that we need to address. The other part of that federal Corona Relief Fund gets to be used to help. Basically, it's going to run through the formula that we use for local control funding formula. That's going to benefit Hacienda La Puente, and it's pretty much decided. That's also in the Senate version. There's a lot of consensus that that's what we're going to do. And then that will get us more than the average district because we have a large population of supplemental and concentration grant students in the district. And then finally, this federal governor's Education Emergency Relief Fund, that's just more money combined with the bullet I just mentioned that goes out predicated on the local control funding formula to help you with COVID-related impacts. And then in the governor's budget, he has this out-year promise to give us more money later, but it's not going to help us this year or the next year. Now, we don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. We appreciate the fact that it's there, but it's $13 billion to compensate for the losses now. The Senate version of the budget says, we'd rather not help you 2 years from now. We need to help you now. And that's why their version of the budget would do no cuts. Now, here's the thing about the way this is structured, is that the governor says, I'm going to assume we're not going to get federal money, so I'm going to cut you now. What the Senate does is they say, no, we're going to assume that we do get federal money, so we're going to make sure you're funded and you're protected now. But get this, if the federal dollars do not show up, the Senate plan would continue to protect the local control funding formula and categorical programs and this list of issues that I just gave you in terms of money that comes to the district. So the Senate plan is the one, and Senator Archuleta's played a leadership role in this, is the one that we need to embrace in the best interest, I think, of the district. And then we'll see what happens in the assembly, but we've heard they're headed in the same direction. There could be a little collision course here with the governor.
And then Kevin and I do believe that we'll see some help from the federal government. We have always lobbied somewhat, utilizing many of our contacts in Washington, D.C. to make sure that those folks are armed with our numbers, know that what our needs are. But so we have really picked up our efforts on trying to influence what's happening in Washington, get them the story that needs to be told. It was just 13 days ago that Speaker Pelosi passed her $3 trillion measure, which had $500 billion for states, $350 billion for municipalities, and $100 billion for schools. That we would win big time under that bill. It was announced by the Republican leader in the Senate, McConnell. It was going to not pass. It was dead on arrival, and the president wasn't for it. However, it really moved the ball forward, put pressure on some of the Senate Republicans to help craft a bipartisan measure. So there's been bipartisan legislation introduced just about 5 or 6 days ago. Cory Booker's taken a leadership role, and several Republicans have stepped up to the plate. Right now, it's $500 billion. We expect it to grow. And with this bipartisan support, that's the measure, that's the effort we think that we're looking at. And the primary criteria, 3 criteria in the bill, based upon the population of the state, well, clearly we win. Based upon the number of infections that you have from the coronavirus, unfortunately, we win that as well. And then the percentage of your budget shortfall that you have at the state level and locally. And again, regrettably, we win there too. So we believe, although we haven't seen the precise numbers, we would do very well under a methodology utilizing those metrics for California.
So the rest of the slides, because we don't want to drag you through them, I just want to make sure you guys had them. So the first 2 next slides help define what the general fund problem is. So you see this, and then you'll see, go ahead and click the next one. Here's that big decline. Then the next slide shows what happens when you use the rainy day fund. It improves it, but it doesn't solve it. Then the next slide talks about Prop 98, and you'll see the May revision. Go ahead and click the next click. That's the May revision. And then the legislative analysts, the next click, are these 2 scenarios that they have for a better economic recovery and one that's worse. Then the next slide covers changes in the local control funding formula. So everything in that red bar there goes away. And we actually get something closer to that shaded box if you adopt the Senate version. It's a little less than that because this would be the full COLA at basically a 2.2, basically 2.9 or 3.1% COLA. So this chart shows you what it would be. That whole red bar is a 10% cut, but it also, you can imagine what it would be with a Senate version, which is no cut whatsoever and a little bit of an increase. And the next slide.
This is a slide that Jerry Shelton, in our office puts together for us. And these are really key numbers. As Kevin said, for the LCFF entitlement targets, what the governor did is he said, we're going to put the COLA on top, that 2.31%, and then a 10% reduction from that number. So the key number for you to be working with, and I know as a unified district for us, the K through 3, just for example, for what you can count on for working, for putting together your preliminary budget, is at $7,092. The $610 in red is below current year, and then the $786 in red is below his own January budget as a result of the economy basically stopping the final 3 months. And it's similar with the grade span adjustments. A supplemental grant would see just a 10% reduction, same as concentration grant. And for home to school transportation and TIG, they don't receive a COLA, but they would be subject to the 10% reduction.
So if you look at those grade spans right now, what the acting superintendent is probably putting before you is this sort of challenge of how do you get cuts this deep, which would be, again, down from the current year that you're in the middle of. You'd have to cut $638, for example, on the grade 7-8 to get to the 774.13. Imagine not having to cut that number at all. And you guys are under this. Now, one of the things that you don't have the luxury to do is just hope this goes away and not make cuts. There's a certain number of cuts you need to make, but we're going to know very quickly. We're going to know by next week what this budget is going to look like out of the legislature. The governor will have till the 30th to sign or veto the bill. I think he has to actually enact a budget by the 30th. So we'll see what happens process-wise there. But these cuts, we're hoping to get you more information sooner than later so that you guys don't have to make as deep a cuts as you would otherwise have to make. And the next slide. These are the categorical programs. All of these are cut in the governor's budget. None of these cuts take place in the Senate version and where the assembly appears to be headed.
In the aggregate, the governor's proposed roughly a 50% cut in all of the categorical programs.
Right. There's some exceptions, which is special ed and others. But as Jack says, the aggregate, when you look at all of them, that aggregate cuts about 50%. But again, the items with an asterisk on it are only going to lose COLA in the governor's budget. And again, under the Senate, and we expect them to the assembly plan, none of these get cut. Next slide. This is the STRS PERS thing I already mentioned, which is we got 2 years of relief that's in the governor's plan, that's also in the Senate plan, 2 years of relief on the increases we would otherwise have to pay. And this was something that we helped design a year ago and worked real closely with the administration on. And they're moving in this direction to do this one again for us. That'll be really helpful. The next slide. And this and the last slides here are all about the federal funding, which we already talked about, but we thought it would be good for you to have the detail on how each of the different pots of money work. And let's go ahead and have the last slide. Another one?
Yep, last one.
There it is. And Jack,
yes, sure. So this is simply what to expect. The legislature now is in possession of the budget. They're holding, just like we are here tonight, virtual hearings. As I mentioned, they will pass the budget by June 15th. The budget needs to take effect. We're going to go out and do our budget workshops again. Folks from your district are always in attendance. We'll know a lot more July 15th, as I mentioned. That's when our estimated taxes are due. That's when the taxes, the settle up for the previous year. We hope to have some information. We are working on trying to get as much information back to DC as possible for the federal relief to have really the fourth bailout assistance measure. And then we expect that we're going to see for the first time really a August revise. And so that's going to play out. And then there are a couple of measures on the ballot that could be very interesting. The so-called split tax roll, which could generate some additional revenue for the schools and for the state. Could be a measure simply trying to help $3 or $4 billion, a measure by Marisucci, AB 39, to try to get more money for high tech. That what you've been talking about earlier, how to reduce the number of hotspots that are absent. How can we have better connectivity? And should we try to place a measure on the ballot to generate some general fund during these truly extenuating times? So with that, Kevin?
Yeah, so I think we're ready for any kind of questions or discussion.
Yeah.
If you guys have any in particular that you want to ask.
We'll open it up to the board. Does anyone have any questions?
So, sound like we don't have any questions. So, again, Kevin, I want to say thank you very much for being there with me and together with Mr. Duarte too. We have contacted so many elected officers. We're calling every single office. We write every single letter we can over the last many weeks to continue to ensure that the cut is what we at the minimum. The last information I got it from you were actually at 12:24, and when you share it to me, please do not fall out of your chair. Actually, I'm still awake and working at that time because otherwise I think I would fail my bet. So with that said, I want to say thank you very much for two of you to be there with me and present this budget, the May revision. And I will be followed with Mr. O for the board to share with the board the impact on May revision for Hacienda La Punta. So we're talking about everything is on the revision, the May revision, and some of that now been rejected too by the Senate. However, the district will need to compose a budget and it will need to be adopted on or before June 30th, 2020. That is now projected to be on front of the board on June 25th, 2020 for the budget adoption. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Barry O to do the presentation in terms of the number for the district. And I will continue with a few comments before about the May revision budget. Barry.
Before we do that, does any of the board have any questions for capital advisors?
Mr. Board President, there's one other thing I wanted to mention, if I could.
Please go ahead.
You guys have another item that's going to be on the agenda tonight that I just, from a government relations standpoint, want to make sure that I mentioned it because it's a very important one. And I think all of you understand the magnitude of its importance. And that is the move to becoming a single SELPA, a single district SELPA. As you guys might know, we got really involved with this issue and there was a very definite disposition at the state level to not want to grant that. They've been trying to prevent districts from becoming single district SELPAs. And we basically went and made the case to the director of special ed, and she ended up kind of turning around more in our favor, but she was definitely not with us when we started out this effort. But when we just showed her the reality that a lot of the districts that want to go to a single district SELPA arrangement are in with a number of other districts, and it does have an effect on all those other districts, but that because we were combined with only one other district, that we couldn't actually do some of the reforms and changes and issues that we wanted to do when you've got one other party where there has to be total agreement between the two people or you can't move forward. The other issue that's important here is as the state looks to try to infuse more dollars into special ed, which they're actually going to do it through SELPAs, with an eye toward an emphasis on what district numbers look like in terms of special ed, that's going to really serve you guys well. I know you do have a hearing that you're going to be having later, but I wanted you guys to know the government relations aspect of that issue that affects the budget and other things that we've been working on your behalf. So with that, Mr. President, thank you very much for all of your attention tonight.
Thank you, Kevin. Again, before we close out, do any board members have any questions for capital advisors? All right, seeing none, so I want to say thank you for you and your team for advocating on behalf of our students and our families here in our district. We know we're going to be going through some hard times, but it's important that we have that voice in Sacramento advocating on our behalf. So thank you again for all that you guys do. And we will go ahead and turn it over to Barry.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Let me make sure I can do the slides here. Okay. Good evening. Now, what I just heard there, the Senate version of the budget is way more exciting. However, I'll be focused on the governor's May revised budget, which is the basis and what we'll be using for our budget come June 25th. So with that, move to the next slide. Sorry. So on May 24th, Governor Newsom released his budget. And in his press release, he stated, COVID-19 has caused California and economies across the country to confront a steep and unprecedented economic crisis, facing massive job losses and revenue shortfalls. And our budget today reflects that emergency. But difficult decisions lie ahead. With shared sacrifice and the resilient spirit that makes California great, I am confident we will emerge stronger from this crisis in the years ahead. So the economic effects of COVID-19, what you'll see is there were 11 years of economic expansion, which came to a screeching halt this year. Although the initial recovery projections were optimistic, along with the number of cases of COVID-19 have become more and more grim, it seems, by the day. So as mentioned previously by the Capital Advisors, the actual economic effects will not be known for months and years. But nonetheless, the administration must make assumptions as to how far California will fall and how it will make its eventual comeback. Now, the national economic outlook. The COVID-19 pandemic has essentially shut down economies across the globe. Here, the national unemployment rate is projected to reach historic levels akin to the Great Depression era. Personal income nationwide dropped by 2% in March, while consumption fell by 7.5%. In the May revise, some of this is a repeat, but it assumes that the state will suffer from a $41.2 billion loss in revenues compared to the January estimates in 2019, 20, and 2021 combined. That's negative 9.1 billion for this year and negative 32.2 billion for 2021. The May revise estimates that the minimum guarantee will decline by approximately 23% from the 2019 State Budget Act over the next 3-year budget period. This paints a picture here. You can see the year over year funding growth. Then you look at the far right too, the red columns, 1920 and 2021, it came to a screeching halt. It went from 84 billion in 2021 to 70.5 billion. Here's the impact here. In 1819, you actually had a 0.3 billion increase from the January budget. Now, for 1920, you have a 4.2 billion decrease, and then 2021 Prop 98 funding decrease of 13.5 billion. That's 17.7 billion. Sorry about that. Sure you're happy here. So with COVID-19's impact on the state revenues, the education funding is dropping precipitously. The revised 2021 LCFF funding change goes from 1.2 billion in the governor's January budget just a few months ago to negative 6.5 billion in the May revise. So let's talk about the LCFF and the COLA. The cost of living adjustment in the May revise has essentially gone to zero, which is a decrease from the January's budget of 2.29%. On top of that, they add what's called a deficit factor, applied all 3 years. The first year of the budget is 10% deficit. Second year is 12.18%. And the third year is a 14.95% deficit. So what does that mean for Hacienda La Puente. Here's the chart right here. So pre-COVID-19, in the 3 years, you can see what those numbers look like before March 16th. Post-COVID-19, these are the new numbers every year. And the better, worse, or actually the worst every year. If you combine that, we essentially have a $70 million shortfall. That is a significant negative impact on incoming revenues for our district. What that means is action needs to be taken to address this gap, and it needs to be taken now, this year in year one, immediately, because without that, the longer we delay, it compounds year over year. If we wait until next year, 2021-22, becomes a $42 million gap. So essentially, the overall message is, deep cuts will need to be made in all areas to make it through this crisis, and those cuts will need to start immediately. Absent any promising news on the August revise or what the state Senate is proposing, this is the basis for our budget and the cuts that we'll have to make. The rainy day fund helps out a little bit. The Budget Stabilization Act has about $16.2 billion. The May revise proposes to draw down the entirety of the $16.2 billion over 3 years. Discretionary funds, unlike past several years, there is no one-time discretionary fund being proposed. You saw this in the previous presentation. A little bit of relief in the next 2 years for CalSTRS and CalPERS. The employer contribution rates have dropped by about 2% each year. What are the next steps? The State Assembly, the Senate, and the Governor review the May revision and move toward finalizing their versions of the budget in the subcommittee hearings. June 15th, the legislature must pass a balanced budget. And by the end of June, the governor signs the budget package. It's important to keep in mind that there are still a lot of unknowns, and economic data will continue to inform revenue projections. The legislator still needs to weigh in with his priorities, which may or may not align with Governor Newsom's. And a top concern for lawmakers is halting and then recovering the learning students have lost as a result of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry, for the presentation. So to recap a couple of the things here. So as you will see that the May revision proposed a very significant cut to the district budget. I've been in here for this agenda since 2003, going through all of the good time, bad time, but it's never this worse. So we need to prepare for this, because anytime, well, hopefully that, there will be a different version of the Senate budget, or they will negotiate and they come out with a new version of the budget, hopefully soon. However, this is going to be the reality that we have to face. The state required to pass the budget, and the most important thing is that they have to balance the budget. So somewhere in there, we hope for the better, but we need to prepare the worst. And as Barry have already mentioned it there, that we need to take an action and we need to prepare for it now. It's if more we delay, it's going to be the more significant impact into next year. With that said, I will be have more information I will continue to watch daily or hourly when I have the chance, that continue to update in terms of the budget and revise the budget accordingly. The plan to approve the budget will be on June 25th. The law requires that we have to get an adoption on or before July 1st, 2020, or otherwise we don't have budget for the next school year. And we can always revise. Hopefully that we can revise with the good news, but I will prepare the school, the board and the school district for this significant impact for the next couple of weeks ahead of us. So with that said, I don't know if we have any question, but I have one more presentation for tonight.
Board, does anyone have any questions?
Can I ask some questions? First is, we anticipating the same enrollment next 2 years, or we still anticipate some enrollment decline?
So Dr. Cheng, at this time, we still indicate that there will be a decline in enrollment for the next few 2 years. So at the rate that we thought at one point that we think the enrollment that would be stabilized or will be the loss will be at the rate of 1.5 and 1.75% for the next school year, that I project that the number will be higher. However, it is very difficult this time that to predict what is the real number look like. So most likely we would have to wait until August 5th at the beginning of the year to looking into the actual enrollment and adjust the budget accordingly.
Okay. The second one is during the past 2 months of this distance learning experience, will it cost more or cost less to have the distance learning?
Dr. Cheng, for the past few months, actually it costs more because let me share with you, we continue to pay salary and benefit for all employees for this current school year. In addition to that, the district will have to spend additional money and resource for all of the, just for example, that we do have to do the hotspot and all of technology. On top of that, a lot of PP equipment. So with that said, we did spend more money in terms of expenditure. We spend more than what we have been budgeted for this for the current school year.
I see. Thank you.
With that said, I don't know if I have any questions from the board.
Any more questions from the board?
So I would like to move it. If not, then I would like to move it to the last presentation for tonight. And I will be, so give me 1 second. For the last presentation for tonight, that is about to continue our response and moving ahead from the day that we send our student home, dismiss the student home due to the COVID-19. So tonight that I would like to present some of the information to the board and the public regarding about this. So let's continue for supporting our students now and in the summer. In terms of distance learning, we have the scholarship packet distribution, divide distribution, and middle school math enrichment, beauty distribution, and all of the operational side of the house. So if you're looking on the distance learning from week 1 to 9, from the first day we have provided a weekly lesson to offer to grade pre-K to 12. Lesson plans have been posted weekly on the distance learning portal. Parents and students are notified via social media and school messenger regarding about this weekly. To continue with that, as you see that here, that the scholastic packet distribution, every student on Hacienda La Punta will receive the packet at home. And then we see that if you're looking at here, you see the packet including books for the summer, material for the summer, including supply. Depending on the grade level that every student will have kind of a different packet for grade level, for different grade level. For the internet device distribution to date, we received 14,504 laptop requests. And I want to emphasize why the number is important. The district have like less 18,000 students, and you have already received 14,504 laptop requests. So that means that pretty much the 80% or more of the student population have requested laptops. We have deployed 11,600 to date. On the hotspot requests, that 3,943 requests and have deployed 1,750 have deployed and 600 more still on the order. And like I shared with you earlier at the last presentation, that hotspot is very hard to buy it now. I want to say thank you to the purchasing department and all staff in the NCS that we are calling almost pretty much all of the telephone company or internet company to see that if we can receive more requests, and we continue to do so. So for the summer device distribution, we will continue. The district will actively, and we have been always actively contact our students who not receive a device to confirm, because not all of the students will request a device, but this time that we move into the phase that we contact the student or the family or parent who have not requested the device and to confirm with them. And on two things, students have access via device at home, or the student will have access to the internet. The device distribution is projected for the business day preceding on the 2021 school year. We will follow up by contact with the senior and student leaving the district if they have not returned their checkout device as well. The middle school math enrichment. There are students enrolled in the student summer math as of May 22, 2020 at 738 students. Registers now are closed, now as we are in the summer school now. High school summer online, if you're looking at that, the number of the students who register the high school summer online at different school. Here, if you see that, you have the number at La Punta. You have on semester 1 for 150 and 144 for semester 2. We have 2 semesters for summer school. The same thing for the Mausac. At Mausac, the student register for semester 1 and 2. Loadout Toast, 124 versus 129, 966 students enrolled at Mausac for semester 1, and also 883 students enrolled for semester 2. At Wilson, you have 262 students enrolled for semester 1 for Senda, 229 for semester 2, 388 for semester 1 at Mausac, 366 for semester 2 at Mausac. Workman High School, 170, 172, 566 students have registered at Mausac, and the 531 at for semester 2. At Valley, we have a small number of students, so you have 26 students enrolled at semester 1 and semester number 2. The meal distribution. From week 1 to week 10, you see the breakfast and the lunch. As a total of the meal distribution, we have distributed 387,346 meals for our students for the last 10 weeks. School Lunch Hero Day. This is to share with you a picture that we have it on the School Lunch Hero Day. All of the side from the prepping and all of the front, the distribution. And this is all to share with you what's going on behind the background on that day. So we continue with that. It's very fortunate that we was able to get the funding to continue with our summer meal services. As you see the number over 300,000. So we continue to provide the meal services from May 26th to July 2nd and then on Monday. So you will pick up for Monday for June and July for Monday and Tuesday. And on Wednesday will be pick up for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and continue all the way to after the end of summer school. I would like to say, take a moment to thank you for all of the classified employment support, over the last 10 weeks. For maintenance and operation, they have been assist and prepare the food distribution location. We have 27 plus staff, including the plant supervisor, lead custodian, and custodian 2 and 1 are there. August students also return to the week of May 11 to spot clean classroom for teacher to return on May 18. Custodian also assist in the laptop distribution. Carpenter and Crown and HVAC that they actually on call during that time. Facility manager, we have shift rotated weekly, and transportation mechanic, we have also shift bi-weekly. Network from our NCS department network and computer service. Thank you for all staff who've been there for all of the projects we've been rolling out since the first day of we dismissed the student. So staff have been there to support the distance learning, planning, training, roll out our new Canvas learning system, the summer laptop and hotspot deployment, the one-on-one laptop deployment, area help desks are there, and we continue to do all of the other regular duties like the annual fire alarm and system certification at all schools. For food service, we are relying on classified personnel for the meal distribution. We have 17 SCIU members and 74 CSCA members to service 387 meals have been served. Fiscal services, thank you. Thank you for all of you out there to continue to make sure that invoice is being paid, invoice are paid. I'm sorry that a little bit messed up here. So let me go back. Well, I don't know. Give me a few seconds. Fiscal services, 20 staff out there continue to do what continue to pay the bill, pay our employee, and thank you for all of you are being there daily. Security and police officer, thank you for your critical support for the meal and device distribution and to serve as a traffic control assistant and other capacity. Purchasing, we have 5 staff there daily, and warehouse, we have 8 staff there almost daily. So for the preparing for the 2021 school year, school will be start on August 5th, 2020. The new school year will begin on August 5th. That we will follow the safety protocol, including the guidance from local and state officials. The Hacienda La Puente USD will make sure that we implement this physical distance learning and for the student and staff at the 6 feet apart for entire school. The required face covering for all student and staff to ensure that staff and students have access to personal protective PPE equipment, and to comply with the LA County Office of Education guideline that we not hold any assembly and sport event and dance and social event. Canvas learning management system. So this is the timeline for the implementation of the new Canvas implementation learning system. So that's going to be, you see that in May, we continue assemble the trainer and trainer team that including the TECTOSA, HLPTA representative and SCI and district administrator, and as well the NCS department. The June we begin the training on the district trainer and early adopter. July will be provide online professional development for certificate staff, including administrator. We will offer multiple times of the chance for everybody to learn about the new system. Canvas will provide many self-paced tutorial staff can access at any time. We'll be connecting the district approval online platform, new pedagogy for deep learning and system in Canvas. In July and ongoing, July and all going after that, we will have the parent education, access Canvas for lesson, assignment and grade. Teach and translation resource available inside the Canvas to access information. Access area for attendance, grade book, and tri-semester or semester grade. We have a goal. We all grade level, we have a lesson and assignment due date and communication for student and family. A virtual club within school across the district can be created. Curriculum committee can collaborate, create, and share online in one location. Future school closure can monitor student access to Canvas to intervene and support as needed. Revise the course outline and module for all grade level over the next 1 or 2 years ahead. PD, we continue to training on Canvas implementation, online tool for distance learning, PD for UC David system online for coding and math, to add 21 elementary school and Simpson Learning Center teacher, with total 30 teacher and 27 class. And we will have a virtual NPDL PD. TK-12 independent online school will be host to the Valley High School and Valley Alternative School. Will be open to all students, and I want to make sure that we remember that we open to all students who prefer to not to attending in person. It will be the online school for the district. It will be design and planning the design and planning is currently in process already. That is conclude my presentation, and if you have any question and want to make sure that, and thank you everyone for being here with us since the day we dismissed our student March 16. That is all for my report.
Thank you, Annie. I do have one question regarding the scholastic packets that were sent to students' homes. I heard that some students didn't receive theirs, and I know the district paid for all of them. Have we been following up with families who did not receive their scholastic packet so we can follow up to make sure that they get them?
Mr. Doherty, I can answer that.
Thank you.
Yes, we're having them returned to the district. First, we're trying to track down the families to find out where they've moved to. And if they are still in the district, then we are going to set up a distribution outside the La Puente conference room so they can pick them up. So Dr. Cunningham and her team is on that, looking to sort out, because some people moved and we didn't have their correct addresses.
But I heard some people who didn't move still didn't get their packets. So are we making sure that, are the principals following up with all their students to make sure that they receive them, regardless of the move situation?
Yeah, a lot of it is too that they're very bulky packets, and as you can see, there's a lot in it. So the U.S. Postal Service is very delayed in delivering them. So they're saying that they can do about 75 on a route. And so that's taking a lot longer than we had anticipated, and then with other delays with the current situation. So, but the principals will work with that. Helene will be, Dr. Cunningham will be following up to make sure that we've gotten all of the packets that we have paid for. And then, like I said, then we're also setting up a redistribution process for the students that it didn't come to their home. So we will be following up on all of that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else from the board have any questions? Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to 3.01A. Public hearing regarding Hacienda de la Puente Unified School District's annual budget and service plan in order to operate independently as a single district special education local plan areas in 2020 and 2021. We'll go ahead and open up the hearing. Are there any community members who would like to speak just to the public hearing? There were no members who submitted requests to speak. Are there any community members who want to speak just to the public hearing? Give a couple seconds for any hands. All right, seeing none, we will now close the public hearing. We'll move on to 4.01A, Employee Associations Communications. We'll start off with Margaret Caldera with CSEA. Margaret, are you there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Begin.
Okay, thank you. This catches me by surprise because I'm always last during regular school board meetings. So my name is Margaret Caldera, a chapter president for CSEA 115. We have over 850 members, and we provide a wide variety of services. Some you can see that the interim superintendent had mentioned in her report. But before I go into that, I would like to welcome Dr. Jimenez to Hacienda La Puente. We look forward to meeting with you. We look forward to building a collaborative relationship and moving the district forward together, getting through this together. So thank you. I welcome you, and I look forward to meeting you. Also, I would like to extend a thank you to Nancy. I know she's been working very hard on these school board meetings, and I have had multiple issues, but at no time was I placing the blame on Nancy. She is a very hard worker. She is a very kind person. I've known her for many, many years. However, she can only do what is given to her. So if the interim wasn't giving her that work on time, then it causes her to be delayed. And if she's had difficulties with this program, then there should be somebody there to assist her. But thank you, Nancy, very much. I appreciate everything that you and Jeanette do always. Thank you. The next item, I would like to thank the school board for selecting someone from outside of the district. That was very important to the employees and to the community. We wanted a change, and we're hoping Dr. Jimenez is this person that will be able to bring change, the much needed and the desperately needed change that we need in Hacienda La Puente. Not only within, but also without. We all need to be together as one. This is what this community has always been. We've always been a community of family, and it's gone generation after generation after generation. And it's a lot of work for you to do, Mr. Jimenez, but we're hoping, like I said, that it's you, and anything that we can do to help, please, let's just work together. And Mr. Johnson, I never had a chance to thank him from McPherson and Jacobson. I appreciate the survey and the report that he submitted. It was very interesting, and I have not seen this posted on the district's website, but it was a public document, and I believe that the public should be aware of what's in that report, because in that report, there's a lot that was stated regarding Jill Rojas, Assistant Superintendent of HR, where a lot of the negativity has been coming from her. And that really needs to be addressed immediately if we're going to go further, regardless of who that superintendent is. Because if Jill is allowed to continue to do the things that she is doing, we're not going to be able to rebuild this community. The next thing I would like to say, on behalf of CSEA Chapter 115, we'd like to extend a congratulations to all the seniors. Unfortunately, due to the COVID, they were not able to experience, a proper ceremony, and hopefully that will change. But I would like to say, again, on behalf of CSEA, to all the HLPUSD graduates, we hope your dreams take you to amazing places. May all opportunities be available to you, and may you have the life that you imagined. And come back and visit. I also like to extend, or we, CSEA, would also like to extend congratulations to all the retirees for all the years of service that you have given the students the district and the community. You will truly be missed, and we wish you well in your retirement. I'd like to send a special greeting to 2 CSEA members who retired from Sparks Middle School. That's my site. Jesse Vaca, custodian for, I believe, over 30 years, and also Margaret Trejo, an instructional aide in special ed, also over 30 years. That's 60 years between 2 people. Very dedicated people. Enjoy your retirement. We also were not able to celebrate the classified years of service that the Personnel Commission puts on every year. This is a fantastic event where it recognizes everyone for their years of service, 10, 15, 20, up to 40 years, and sometimes even more. Unfortunately, to COVID, we weren't able to hold that event, but Israel and the personnel commissioners and the PC department are going to put something together, and I believe they may have something already on their website honoring all of those classified employees. I'd like to address Gino's Quack on his statement where he said he salutes classified employees. Were you talking about CSEA classified employees, Gino? Because being that you guys have been unable to settle our contract, I really don't feel that you're saluting us in any way. I also, by Dr. Fancher's comment, she said when they were referring to class sizes, she said that they would have to meet and negotiate. Well, that would be the teachers' union. It would be very nice to have Jill Rojas meet and negotiate with CSEA regarding all of these changes, working conditions, layoffs that we were never notified of. I also like to address 7.04A on your agenda. And I believe that refers to, you guys changed the agenda on me. I believe it refers to indefinite for non-represented and administrative, but it doesn't go into detail. I would like to see more detail. What is indefinite? And if there are any cuts to the higher level, or is it always just going to be an attack on the lowest paid employees of the district? Also 7.04B, it refers to certificated, but it says particular. What does that mean, particular? Can you please explain that to us? And then 7.04C, which is a resolution regarding classified employees. Again, we were never told anything about this. It was never discussed with us. It takes about 2 weeks to get these agenda items on here. And this is according to what Jill had said previously. So at the minimum, she knew about it 2 weeks ago, or probably more. In 2 weeks, she couldn't take the time to set up a meeting with us and let us know, look, this is what we're facing. These are some potential things. Let's sit down and have a discussion. But again, she moves forward, which is these unilateral decisions. We are an association and there's laws in place protecting employee rights. And Hacienda La Puente under Jill has just been waiving our rights. And that's wrong. This district has year after year after year bragged about how conservative you guys were, bragged about how financially stable you were. And yet now you're talking about cuts to the essential people who have kept this district running and functioning and still are. When you take a look outside those doors and go around those districts, who's working it? Classified employees, okay? The administrators, who's doing their work for them? Classified employees. Who's doing all this work? Classified employees. Who's going to be working through the summer? Classified employees. Through summer school, classified employees. I wanted to point out a couple of things. On May 15th, we reached out to Annie and Jill via an email asking about the impacts from the May revise. That email was completely ignored. The district has not notified us of any layoffs whatsoever, nor this resolution, as I mentioned. This, gentleman, is a labor violation. You have an attorney on that board. He knows the law. You all know that it's an unfair labor practice. And we've already have unfair labor practices on this district currently. Isn't that correct? That decision, not only does it affect us of a reduction of hours, need to be negotiated by the union. That didn't happen. Again, another unfair labor practice. Joe Rojas' poor decision-making skills is creating several liabilities for the district. And as elected, and let me say that again, elected officials, the board need to step in and resolve these actions. You have not settled our contract. We went to impasse. We went through mediation, and now we're at the next steps, gentlemen, all under your watch. Is that something for you to be proud of? Now you're moving forward to possibly laying off people, and yet you haven't paid them what they have coming on the tentative agreement. Going back months, you haven't paid them when this is when it's needed most. All of this could have been avoided by having your assistant superintendent of HR, which is human resources. What does that mean? Human resources. To not have 850 people getting paid their salary increase and their retro that they've already earned. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourself for allowing this to continue. I wish I had constant good things to say like Billy Joe does. I don't. I'm sorry. Maybe the relationship between HLPTA and the teachers union is completely different, but we've known that. We've seen it time and time again. It's always CSEA that suffers, but yet it's CSEA that is, like I said, keeping this district running. You still have an opportunity, board, to settle the contract. You still have that opportunity. When are you going to do the right thing? We're waiting for you to do the right thing, and hopefully you will do the right thing. Another thing, this gentleman that just spoke about the budget, talked about 70 million in a potential shortage. How much is Wedgeworth going to cost you to build? Use that money instead of building a school that we don't definitely need right now. Use that money to keep people fed, keep them working. That's what you should do. Start cutting from the top if you need to cut. There's so many top level administrators. You don't need them. You guys are trying to move forward on hiring an assistant director of food services. You already have a director. Is she not capable of doing that job on her own with her and her 3 other supervisors? Of course you are. Look at that PowerPoint that Annie put in. How many CSEA food services kept this meal program going and still going. I also want to mention in her PowerPoint, Annie's PowerPoint, she said that masks are required. Can you please tell me why the principal at Nelson is removing her mask with other employees in the same office? And that's safe? And then when that employee reports it, then she tries to, how do I say? It's not a reprimand yet, but she sure is going in that direction. So if you want to keep everyone safe, then everyone needs to comply with the rules that you're setting forth, board, to keep everyone safe, board. That includes all employees, school board. And then, Anthony, you just mentioned a scholastic packet. My granddaughter never received that. She hadn't changed the address, it just never got there. And school's over now. My niece, she never received a laptop. School's over now. It makes it very, very difficult to continue to have faith in the district that I love. I love Hacienda Heights and La Puente. I grew up here. I raised my daughter here. My granddaughter was coming here. But you know, we had to make a decision as a family. We had to make a decision with the district violating our rights, with the district not wanting to put safety measures in place, with Jill not wanting to notify employees of potential risks or not notifying the employees. How can we as a family bring my granddaughter back to Hacienda La Puente, and now you want to cut employees? How is that going to make them safe? How is that message going to convey to the hundreds of families and to the students? Yes, come back because we have a safe place for you. The employees are safe, and that means you're safe. No, it doesn't. If the district and Jill, if Jill cannot keep the employees safe, then how safe are our children? So yeah, my granddaughter is not returning. We took her out and she'll be attending another school district who's way advanced of this school district, who already had plans in place. They've already contacted her for summer. And yet this school district is behind. Why? Because Jill and Annie, your top two people, are failing to put in a plan and just delaying and making these plans by themselves. Include all of your employees because each employee is valuable in a student's education. Every single employee. So, gentlemen, I hope that you listen to what we have to say, listen to what the community has to say, make the right decisions as we move forward. And let's move forward together. Thank you.
All right, next we will have Joyce Garcia with SEIU. All right, Joyce, we have you on. Joyce, can you hear us? We'll give a couple seconds for Joyce to. While we wait for Joyce, again, community members, if you want to speak, I see hands starting to go up. After our associations are done, we will be going to the community. So please go ahead and raise your hand so we can go in order. I'm starting to see those coming up. Joyce, are you there? All right, well, okay, Joyce, is that you? Joyce? All right, while we wait for Joyce to get on, let's go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead and move to Billy Joe Wright with HLPTA.
All right, can you hear me?
Are you on?
Yes.
Again.
Good evening, board president, board members, cabinet, and audience. I would like to take a moment from my prepared statement and make a few side statements. First, welcoming our new superintendent, Alfonso Jimenez. Alfonso, I am looking forward to our first meeting and sharing stories with you from Santa Ana and what's gone on over here in Hacienda La Puente. You definitely have chosen a district that does not have very much going on. So I hope you're not thinking that there's a lot going on other than just our great stuff in the classrooms. We're a pretty quiet district. So welcome, and you will enjoy being part of our HLPUSD family. I do want to give a brief thank you to Annie Bowie. I have a lot more to say about you and thank yous, and just I'm glad that you are back and you are feeling well. And as leaders, we know that we take certain hits, but at our core, we must know why and how we operate. So you've carried us this far. I know you'll hand us over to Mr. Jimenez in the best way. So thank you again, Annie, and welcome, Mr. Jimenez. To our graduating seniors, class of 2020, your teachers and your psychologists and all the members that we represent, including your nurses and speech language pathologists, we wish that we could have been there and shared moments with you, not just our seniors from high school, but our 8th graders promoting, our 5th graders promoting, and our little young ones in kindergarten. But just know that we are so proud of you. But I'd like to take some words from one of our student speakers earlier this evening. He said, quote, "Stop repeating negative stereotypes." I'd like to say that again. One of our student leaders said, "Stop repeating negative stereotypes." Being a teacher from Workman High School, I understand why kids say that, because many of our students and our community members want to move forward, and they want people to realize what's happening on our campuses day in and day out, and they keep hearing negative stereotypes. So in honor of that student tonight, I want to make sure that we hold ourselves accountable as adults. We fight the issues when they need to be fought. We fight them with facts, but we stop repeating negative stereotypes because our kids are listening, and I've repeated that before. As you stated, my name is Billy Joe Wright, president of the Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association. HLPTA proudly represents teachers in child development, pre-K through 12, and in adult education, as well as nurses, psychologists, counselors, TOSAs, COSAs, and DPSs. We have just ended a school year none of us could have imagined. The last several weeks of the 1920 school year have revealed so much about the core of who each of us really is. From the tenacity of our students to the courage and commitment of our certificated and classified staff. And how about our parents and guardians who took on that added role of educator in partnership with district teachers? It is so important for all to remember when following these board meetings that we are a district that serves over 18,000 students pre-K through 12, approximately 20,000 in adult ed, and even more in child development. Multiply that by the number of parents and guardians as well as staff, and we are larger than many California cities. So context matters. I want to make that clear as we bring in a new superintendent into HLPUSD, into our family, as our community tunes in, and as employees listen. For example, we should be celebrating things that have been highlighted recently in a radio show segment and on the front page of our local newspaper, including highlights seen around the world with our new pedagogies for deeper learning. As Shauna Adam mentioned in her aired interview on KFI, our district in a matter of weeks distributed over 8,000 devices and tens of thousands of meals for our students. In fact, over 347,000 meals. Staff has taught lessons in their pool, with their own kids on their laps, and in their car. They have joined the staff that works at the district to keep the district running, from the kitchen to payroll to custodial and more. This is who we are. This is HLPUSD. I appreciate the core principles that guide this district and board. In fact, I want to read them to remind everyone and our incoming superintendent that no one side is responsible to provide our students and staff the education and learning environment they deserve. It is a shared responsibility. Quote, our commitment to partnerships exemplifies our board's guiding principles. Our board believes students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility. This is posted on our HLPUSD website, and it goes on. Quote, we believe students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility for the establishment of a professional culture built upon dedication, honesty, integrity, pride, perseverance, collaboration, teamwork, and mutual trust and respect. We believe students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility for recognizing the diverse learning styles and individual needs of our students and ensuring all students meet high learning standards. We believe students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility to create a learning environment reflecting our community's diversity that is safe, clean, supportive, and responsive. It ends with, quote, we believe students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility to protect and preserve the short and long-term financial well-being of the district. Assuming a leadership role brings with it various responsibilities. Many of us here hold such roles within our district on the labor and management sides. So long as we act with integrity, courage, compassion, and flexibility, we will always end up on the right side. To not do so risks losing credibility. When I hear my name brought up, or I hear our association brought up, I only want to respond by saying, this takes work. I don't want our new superintendent, Mr. Jimenez, to get the wrong idea. If you go back and you look at some of my previous board speeches, I definitely call out things that I feel need to be called out because we're having trouble working through them. But I also make sure that I am pointing out what is right with the district, I want to make sure that our students and our parents know that when we speak at these times, we're like a family. We're just airing our grievances the best way we can, because this is part of the process we work within. But please, I don't want you to be set up with the wrong idea, Mr. Jimenez. I'm a pretty tough guy. I like our board. I respect our board. I respect our administrators. I respect our leaders. But we definitely question things in a professional manner on behalf of our students and members every time we need to. That being said, we have hard choices and decisions to make ahead of us. I am proud that the Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association engaged the district at the very beginning of this crisis to explore how we can be part of the team that helps our district through this crisis. This week, we have seen many of our members return to the classroom from TOSA, COSA, and DPS positions, and more. HLPTA helped lead during the last crisis to ensure student learning is priority one working in education. We will continue to do our best to do our part to ensure the students and families have every possible option available to them to continue their education in safe ways, online or in person if allowed. To have students return to school campuses with staff, learning environments must be safe. To keep deep, painful budget cuts away from the classroom, programs, and various positions, there must be money. So I implore everyone to use your loud voices and energy the same way HLPTA and Friends of Education are using ours. I want to see these social media posts and these speeches talk about what can we do to get this funding. So let me help out. For all those listening, grab your pens. Call your legislators now. You can call at 855-977-1770. Let me emphasize my point. What could a budget cut mean for our schools in California? The 2021 proposed budget has cuts of more than $10 billion to schools and community colleges that will be devastating. There are more than $6.5 billion in proposed cuts to the local control funding formula that could mean the equivalent cuts of $1,230 per student, or 19% increase in class size, or 57,000 plus educator layoffs, or 125,000 plus classified employee layoffs. Listen, our class sizes are already too large. We already don't have enough money per student in every class. We depend on our classified employees to do the job that we need to do as certificated employees. And we definitely cannot be losing any more educators. So again, I'm going to ask, call your legislator. The number is 855-977-1770. I'd like to close by congratulating all the retirees from classified to certificated. When I hear and I see the amount of years people have remained in this district, it makes me sad to see that all that those years of experience go. But on the other hand, it makes me think this district can't be too bad if so many people have stayed around for so long. I hope to match many of the years that you all have put into this district, to our community. So congratulations to all of you. You deserve your retirement. We wish you nothing more and nothing less than the best health and enjoyment during retirement. Again, welcome, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you, Annie Bowie, your cabinet, and your administrators. I mentioned at the 4 o'clock hour, our members said over 92% of their administrators met or exceeded their expectations by assisting staff during distance learning. So thank you all. We have a lot more work to do, and we're going to need to do it together. I am proud to be HLPUSD. Good night.
Thank you, Billy. Let's go ahead and give Joyce a try again. Joyce, are you there? Joyce? All right, give me 1 second. Okay, while we try to get a hold of Joyce, because she raised her hand, I know she's on. I think she's having some difficulty getting in. Why don't we bring up Laura Silva? I see Laura's on. And if we can get a hold of Joyce, we'll let Joyce jump in. Laura?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Sorry, Joyce is having a hard time speaking, so we'll go ahead and if she can get in, we'll get her back on. But for now, we'll let you speak on behalf of SEIU.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte. I appreciate that. Yes, Joyce did communicate to me that she was unable to make contact, that she's having some technical difficulties. Let me go ahead and speak on behalf of SEIU. First of all, let me first by saying good evening, board members, interim superintendent, cabinet, and I would like on behalf of all of SEIU members to welcome our new superintendent, Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. We certainly look forward to you coming on board and to working closely with us, and we look forward to positively collaborating with you in the future. We know you come at an unprecedented time, and we know it takes some work to get back to what the new normal will be, but I want to assure you that SEIU is willing and able to work with you on all future decisions that need to be made, and we hope that you rely on us. In addition, I'd like to congratulate all of our class of 2020 graduates. It was bittersweet to see so many on social media celebrating. I was taken aback and overcome with emotion to see some of my former students graduating. And to be honest, I've been an employee and a student of this district my whole life. And to see the parents of some of the students that were in my school promote, it was really tugged at my heart. And I hope and I look forward to a possible acknowledgement for our graduates in the future. Way to go, class of 2020. In addition, I'd like to congratulate all of our retirees, our classified and certificated. I mean, you know what, I'll be honest with you, I'm jealous. I want to retire with you. Hopefully I'll be seeing those retirement days soon. I'm looking at 4 years. But I wish you all the best on your new endeavors, and I wish you luck and happiness and health. And I hope to see you all soon. Come visit, come sub for me for any classified out there that retired. I would love for you to sub for me at Sierra Vista Middle School. SEIU wishes you all well on this next chapter. Let me scroll down a little bit here and look to see. Let me start in reference to the March 16th meeting that was referenced in the last board meeting, I believe on the 22nd of May. SEIU members Robert Barba, Laura, myself, I apologize. SEIU members Robert Barba, Joyce Garcia, and myself met with Ms. Rojas, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. In that meeting, Ms. Rojas provided each association, classified association, with a copy of the following board policies: 2210, 3516, 3516.5, 5141.22, administrative regulations AR 4112.3, 4212.3, oath of affirmation 4312.2, management rights Article 4, which is located in the beginning of each association's contract, and SEIU articles. In addition, she included a letter from the incident commander, Annie Bowie, which was dated March 14th, 2020. In that meeting, Ms. Rojas explained that during a state of emergency, the district may need to exercise its authority in compliance with board policy and administrative regulations and/or management rights with each association, and with respect to specific articles to that union. She went on further to explain this is something the district had never had to enforce, but wanted to make sure each association was aware of what could occur. She provided this information for our reference and asked us to contact her should we have any questions. In regards to SEIU, if there was a situation that may have required further implementation of management rights, each situation was addressed on a case-by-case situation, and it was resolved. SEIU members are dedicated to providing the essential services needed in order for our schools to be able to continue with food distribution and summer cleanup of all campuses. We want to reassure our families that their children are the priority and their children are being fed in a safe and secure manner. We continue to work effectively and safely alongside our union brethren, directors, administrators, and supervisors to execute these services. We all took an oath as school employees, and SEIU members honor that oath. We understand we are considered disaster service workers pursuant to Government Code 3100. SEIU stands united, and our primary goal during this pandemic is to meet the needs of students first. The growing concern we have been experiencing, and it's been for a while, has been with transparency. It's something we are all in mutual agreement with. We stand patient, but we encourage our district leaders to improve on effectively communicating information to its employees. It is unacceptable when information about our jobs, our health, our safety, and the future of our district is acquired from social media and/or other social platforms. It further divides us and substantiates the lack of respect the district has for classified employees. Our members have explicitly expressed their concern in regards to the health and safety of staff. We acknowledge and thank the district for protecting the privacy of employees. We know that is important. Sadly, it was recently shared the district incurred another positive COVID-19 case, and many learned of the case through social media and other social platforms. We are thankful Human Resources is applying the appropriate protocols with respect to contact tracing. Regrettably, learning this information via other means creates panic and an increased sense of fear. Many may not know or understand the protocols the district follows based on CDC guidelines, HIPAA compliance, and the Department of Health policies. SEIU respectfully requests the district take steps to disseminate information about the virus and its potential transmission. And we request you provide all employees with the guidelines it follows. In addition, we ask the district place a copy in a public area for reference. Finally, and I know this may change contingent upon the new funding information that was received this evening, but as California school districts, including HLPUSD, prepare for budgetary constraints, we ask that before any classified layoffs and/or classified positioned eliminations are considered, that the district justify the massive upper management positions it employs. We ask the board to conduct a comparison study using surrounding districts as reference. We ask you to work collaboratively with us to minimize job loss and a reduction in hours for employees. In other words, trim from the top, since a huge chunk of the budget goes to those high salaries and fringe benefits that so many upper management employees receive. Again, we thank you for the time, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Joyce Garcia. I know it was a little bit stressful for her trying effortlessly to get on to speak at this meeting, but I thank you for hearing me out and giving us the opportunity to speak and express our thoughts. Again, thank you and congratulations to our new superintendent. We look forward again to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now we'll move into 4.01B. Audience members who filed requests to speak. We will go with those who contacted the district first. So the first one up is Christine Salazar. Christine, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and begin.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Christine Salazar, and I am not only a parent, but a product of the school district. For over a year now, I've actually been advocating for change at the school district and specifically asking for transparency and communication. We know that there are many issues that need to still be addressed, or at the time needed to be addressed, such as equal opportunity to great education throughout our communities, even a potential loss of community land that benefited hundreds of kids, to mismanagement of bond projects and funds, and to what is now to the complete distress of not just our then superintendent, but of our own school board members. What I really want to emphasize is that communication is very key in any partnership, and transparency is what builds trust. And so with that, I do welcome Dr. Alfonso Jimenez to Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. And I do urge him to, honestly, I actually feel very optimistic with this choice. From reading up on his credentials, he has the experience that is definitely needed for the school district and to become our new superintendent. So I would like to say thank you to the board, all 5 of you, for making the right choice, the correct choice. And right across the board, there's a lot of people that are being optimistic, especially within our communities, based on this new decision. So again, to Dr. Jimenez, while you're listening, hopefully you're still on and you're listening to all of these different speeches and to all these different speeches. There is a lot of things that need to be looked into. There's a lot of things that need to be repaired. Relationships need to be repaired. Trust needs to be rebuilt between not just only from what I can tell for the different associations, to district employees, to all our different schools, but also with the community. The community will always have the district's back, will always be a support system if and only when you actually are listening to what the community is directly asking for. And that's goes right back to transparency, communication. We want to know the things that are happening in the school district. We don't want to have to hear it through social media, through our different platforms, which I work so hard to make sure to let our communities know what's really happening. And so to the new superintendent, again, welcome, but please take into consideration the relationships that need to be repaired. And we look forward to everything that you will do for the school district, for all our schools, for all our kids, because bottom line, education for our kids is a priority. And I know together we can definitely create some essential change. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, who signed up was Savina Lowe. Can we unmute Savina Lowe, please? Savina, can you, okay, we're having some problems unmuting Savina. We'll put her on hold for now. We'll move to the next speaker that signed up. Shireen Mohammed.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Can you mute your device, computer or device that you're watching on so we can hear you?
Yes, I can.
And that goes for any other speaker. Please, when you are called on, please mute your computer or device that you're watching the board meeting on so we don't have interference. Shireen, the floor is all yours.
All right, can you hear me still?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my name is Shireen Mohammed. I've been at Workman High School as a teacher for the past 7 years. And I don't really talk at board meetings that much, but I additionally have had the pleasure of co-advising Link Crew, which is our freshman transition leadership program. I feel like I'm still getting interference. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that.
You are a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can hear you clearly though.
Okay, I'm gonna try that again. Can you hear me now?
That's much better, yes.
All right, here we go. All right, so I've had the pleasure of co-advising a program at Workman High School called Link Crew, which is basically our freshman transition leadership program with another co-advisor. Again, while not one usually to speak at board meetings, I do wish to speak about our recent staffing decisions our site has witnessed recently. I'm actually just returned from Workman High School today after helping out one of our dear colleagues. Her name is Mrs. Jordan Huber, to clean and vacate her classroom. She just found out a few days ago that she was actually being let go. In her short time at Workman High School, she made a huge impact on both students and staff, and was actually nominated as like a Teacher of the Year this year, even though this is only her second year with Workman. Her loss will be a great one to our site, and actually the reason I bring it up, it is a prime example of why people and students should be considered in staffing decisions, not purely just numbers. The loss of Mrs. Huber will be deeply impacted by many programs at Workman High School. She was hired as a site-funded interventionist. She holds an English credential, but besides helping students move forward in English, she wore many other hats at Workman High School. She served as our aquatics coach for the past 2 years. She was trained and taught AVID, and we just added her as a Link Crew advisor. Specifically for AVID and Link Crew, both of those programs are an integral part of the positive school culture we try to establish at Workman High School. And our last WASC visit actually commended both of those programs, AVID and Link Crew, for being such strong pieces. And we specifically mentioned both those programs in our SIPSA plan specifically. She was recommended, Jordan, and trained for both programs using our site funds because she truly cared and was committed to our most vulnerable student populations. Again, to remind, she was hired as an interventionist for grade 9. So these are students that generally struggled a little bit in junior high. So she was hired specifically to help bring them up to grade level. Without her, there is no one to teach our Link Crew class. We lose a skilled AVID teacher, and we are down an aquatics coach. Again, by looking at only numbers, not only people and not people or programs for people are trained for, other programs and departments at Workman High School are also being greatly affected. Speaking for my department, and this is science, for example, we have enough teachers on paper to teach a lot of number of students expected to be enrolled in the fall, but none of our special programs, for example, Link Crew, which I've taught the class for the past 2 years, and our other esteemed program, Project Lead the Way, which is our engineering tutoring program cannot be offered to students because we just don't have enough sections to do so. Both those programs require specific training, and because our staffing decisions are made with just purely numbers, that those special programs are not considered when staffing at our school. Not only are these programs specifically trained, they're also site funded. How can Workman High School be expected to grow, attract more students, or even bolster the ones we currently have if we cannot offer these programs, we cannot teach to these programs, grow, or even maintain the programs that have helped us excel and stand apart in the past? Additionally, effects like this could also have long-lasting effects for others in the future. If a tenured person who we believe is taking Mrs. Huber's spot, we did have a tenured person come in and take her position at Workman in the English department, we also might risk losing another staff member in years forward.
We appreciate your
having taught at Workman for the past 7 years, staffing decisions can be some of the most difficult to understand. And I mean, I understand there's a formula, but this particular.
Thank you for your comments. That's the time.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. We appreciate you calling. All right. Well, we will try Savina Lowe one more time. Savina?
Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Yes, we got you. Yes.
Okay. Should I turn off my phone or turn off my computer?
Turn off your computer. Mute your computer. Yeah. Leave your phone. Are you speaking through your phone, right?
Yes, and my computer's on too.
Yeah. So go ahead and mute.
So I'm going to speak through my phone.
Yes, please.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yep.
All right. So, good evening, everyone. Board members, new and interim superintendents, cabinet staff. My name is Savina Lowe. I'm a parent with 2 students in the middle school district. And the topic I'll talk about is online distance learning.
Savina?
Hello?
I'm gonna go ahead and pause you because it may have been better on your computer and not on your phone.
Okay.
It's a little choppy, so.
How about now?
Are you still on your phone or did you mute your phone?
I muted my phone.
It's a little choppy, but we can hear you a little bit better.
How about now?
It's still choppy.
What make better? Should I just proceed?
Yeah, go ahead, please proceed.
So the topic is online learning. And since the school went to online learning, I've been concerned about other kids in the state of California. I understand that online education is a new challenge for students and teachers, but this is our new reality. When I ask my children whether or what they learned via online class on a particular day, I hear concerning answers. When I ask other parents how online learning is going, I have heard not so well. I've heard some teachers spend 15 minutes teaching online for the class, others spend like 45 minutes max. I've heard some teachers seem to care from the student's perspective more about online teaching and other teachers not so much. Most concerning is when I hear they didn't learn anything from the teacher. So I wonder, how is this district going to ensure our students will get the quality education that they deserve? How will this district ensure students will learn on par with other California students in other districts? What guidelines will we have for teachers teaching our online classes to ensure appropriate performance? Here are a couple ideas that I thought of. Let's consider encouraging teachers to learn and adopt best practices for online teaching with some extra incentives. Let's consider both an Apple on Teaching Awards to let students select who are best online teachers and learn from them. In summary, I'm concerned about whether our kids will get a good quality education from this district as the movies reliance on learning. Let's think about how we can help our teachers learn and adopt best practices, develop appropriate measures of teacher performance. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Savina. Again, if you'd like to speak during public comment, please raise your hand. I see a couple more speakers that we have. We will go with Adriana Quinones is next.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. Good evening, Nancy. Thank you for being so patient with our technical issues. I wanted to welcome the new superintendent, Jimenez. Bienvenido. We're looking forward to working with you. There's a lot of priorities to be placed. There's a lot of pieces to be put together. Right now, the community is divided. Right now, we need to make sure that the staff is appreciated. Every staff member matters. So therefore, those contracts that have been up in the air, they need to be resolved. The community needs to have more input. We need to have a community relations office staffed by Hacienda La Puente Unified and not outsourced. That's going to be key to make sure that our community is involved and that there's transparency. I also want to make sure that the superintendent knows that we value equal education across the board. All children deserve to have access to all programs, and not just some areas. I'm kind of excited, and so are a lot of members of the community. We are looking forward to the superintendent and the board being inclusive with HLP movement. Now has over 700 members. And I know that there's a lot more community members that don't use a computer that are very interested in joining that movement. So we're ready to work with you. We're looking at everything on a positive manner. This is going to be a team effort with the teachers, with all the staff, but also we have to make sure as a business, you have to look at what people are creating liabilities. All the lawsuits that are going on, who's creating those lawsuits? If they are liabilities, they need to be we need to let them go. We can no longer afford to pay lawsuits. So I encourage you to look at that. I also encourage you to, when you do layoffs, make sure that you start from the top, not from the bottom. And start looking into whether you need more consultants or more teachers. So make sure that everybody's treated equally. Not just because somebody is classified and somebody is executive, they're going to be treated differently. And again, our community is very excited about working on the problems that we have. We do see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm ready to work hard on behalf of our community. I'm ready to work with the board. I'm ready to work with the superintendent. And thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Adriana. Next, I see Daniel Contreras. All right, we're not seeing Daniel being able to pick up. We move on next to Jasmine Montez.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Jasmine. Please go ahead.
Hello, I actually wanted to address Mr. Billy Wright. I'm actually a former student of yours, Workman High School class of 2012. And I'm really disappointed in your comments at last month's board meeting about some of us speaking out. And your comments, you actually said that some of our comments were actually for political points.
Jasmine, this is your moment to address the board, not to other community members. So please address the board on any issues that are on the agenda or in the community.
Okay.
So please address the board.
Since you guys are doing cuts, I also think that you guys should start from the top. I know many of you, well, not many of you, but a lot of staff gets paid a lot of money. So maybe you guys should start there instead of with the lower people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next, we have Karen Warman.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Karen. Please go ahead.
I first of all want to welcome the new superintendent, Dr. Jimenez. I am very excited. I thank you for taking into our considerations. I'm glad that he has years of teaching in to understand all those positions. Also, I would like to say that, like everybody else, I believe there's cuts that can be made, whether it's doing away and not hiring for certain positions in the upper levels, laying off classified. That concerns me as a classified employee, of course, and also as a community member. I've went to the district schools, grew up in this area, and live in this area still. And so I'm hopeful with the new district, the new superintendent, that the community can get faith back in the school. And you are going to need all the classified workers when it comes to sanitizing. Who's going to do that? Who's going to be watching the kids at lunchtime in the classrooms, if that's what we're going to be having to do? Those type of jobs. I don't see how you can take the numbers down of classified workers. They are very important. And I had just lost my track of thought. Well, anyways, I am very happy that you took in a lot of our considerations for the new superintendent and looking forward to this next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. All right, I will give a couple more seconds for any other community members who want to raise their hand and speak. I don't see any right now, so if you'd like to address the board at this time, we'll leave it open for a couple more seconds. All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move. Oh, actually, no. It looks like Margaret Caldera wants to speak as a community member, not as CSEA. Margaret?
Yes, hello again, everyone. My name is Margaret
Go ahead, sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margaret Caldera. I am a community member. I've mentioned we've have multiple generations attending the schools, Hacienda La Puente, for many, many years. I believe it's about 5 generations throughout the entire district. Like I said, I had some concerns. My daughter had some concerns. The choice was hers to make regarding her daughter. But she sees what happens. She hears what happens. You know, she reads Facebook. It's out there. You know, employees' rights are being waived. No notifications to the employees regarding COVID positive or even risks. No notifications. And then Jill wants to minimize those notifications and not even clean because it's been 5 days. So now she feels she doesn't have to do anything. I guess she made herself, you know, queen and dictator, I don't know, to make these ultimate decisions. She just must be the scientist of COVID-19. But there's absolutely no plan in place, you know, regarding what happens if there is a COVID-19. You don't know where a person can be, where a student can be. There was a positive case at the district. Well, what about warehouse people? They deliver all over the place. What about the other coworkers that go and use a restroom? Those restrooms aren't being cleaned after everybody uses it. So again, what's going to happen when kids come back to school in a classroom and Jill just doesn't want to say anything because it's only going to be the immediate area? Those are serious safety risks for our children. That is why my granddaughter, after 5 generations, will not be attending Hacienda La Puente. Another comment I have, well, not a comment, a question I have for you, and please email me the answer, because every time I ask questions, I receive no answers. And I don't want an answer from Jill. I want an answer from each one of you up there. I placed a vote for you guys. I want an answer. Please tell me why SEIU's contract or articles in their contract have not been waived like CSCA's. If SEIU was at that same meeting, that's what happened. Jill waived our rights, CSCA, but apparently didn't waive the rights of SEIU. Please explain that to me. Anthony Duarte, Gino Kwok, Joseph Chang, Martin Medrano, and Jeffrey Delatorre. Please explain to me why CSCA's contracts and articles are suspended and not SEIU or the teachers. Thank you. The heck?
All right.
What happened there?
Are there any other community members who'd like to speak? One more time. Any other community members who'd like to speak? I see Tilly's hand going up and down, so let's pick Tilly. I think Tilly wants to say a few words. Tilly?
Thank you.
Tilly. Okay,
Yes,
there
I'm
you go.
here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do want to start off just by saying thank you to the board for making the selection of Dr. Jimenez. We really look forward to change, which is something that is greatly needed. I want to make a comment as well on the director position that will be coming up for Mark Hansberger. We also want to see the same thing happen. We want to see somebody from the outside come in for positive change. We've been hearing that Raymond from transportation is the one that's being floated as being the new director. We're not in agreement, or I myself personally am not in agreement. We, CSCA, have had many issues with transportation grievances that have never been able to be resolved. And Raymond does not run his department appropriately. So if he cannot run transportation, how can we expect him to run maintenance or facilities, which is a lot bigger in responsibilities, a lot more to do with finances that have to do with the district's monies. So we would also, like I said, encourage the board to look outside the box and bring somebody that can make some positive change. My other concern was what Margaret just mentioned right now, which has to do with, we were told that all unions' rights were suspended. But when we hear CTA speak and we hear SEIU speak, they're speaking in terms that rights of their members have not been suspended, and they don't have the same amount of skin in this game. They all got their raises. They all got their contracts signed. Ours is the only contract that was held up on these rights, which is not even the articles that we were negotiating. We had come to tentative agreement on all our articles, when at the last minute our rights were taken away, and our union would not condone us signing off when our rights had been removed. So if there is something that was done to us and not to them, we would like an explanation for that. And we really hope that the board would look into this matter, because it is something serious. It is something serious if you're taking away rights from a certain population, CSEA, and not from the others. Or if their rights have been suspended, please let it be known that they are, because they're under, from what I could see, they're under the impression that their rights are intact during this COVID crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tilly. All right, last call. Are there any other committee members who'd like to speak for public comments? Please raise your hand. One more time, are there any other committee members who'd like to speak during public comment? And final call, are there any other committee members who'd like to speak during public comments? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will go ahead. It is 8:25 board. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we will resume at 8:30. All right, I see Joseph. Joseph, are you there?
Yep.
I see Jeffrey. Gino, are you back?
I am.
All right, and Martin? Martin? Martin, do we got you back?
Hello?
Yep, there you are. All right, so we'll move on to 5 consent items, 5.00. Consent items action block covers all of the items listed in consent items category. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion, second.
Motion by Mr. Medrano, second by Dr. Chang. Are there any items the board would like to be pulled? I see Mr. Del Torre.
Yes, 5.05I.
5.0. All right, 5.05 I's pulled. Any other items?
Yes, Mr. President, I actually was the one that made the motion, but people often mistake me and Medrano for having the same voice. 5.04J and 5.04K, Mr. President.
.04J and 5.04K. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
And then to correct the record, is a motion by Mr. Kwok and a second by Dr. Chang. Any other items that the board like pulled? No time. Any other items the board like pulled? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote on the rest of the consent calendar items.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We move to 5.04 business operations, 5.04J. Approve substitution of concrete subcontractor for AMG and Associates bid number 2018-19.08R2 for the La Puente High School dressing rooms, pool, and kitchen project. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Sorry, who was that?
I'll
Mr.
make a
Del Torre
motion.
moved. I will go ahead and second. Discussion. Mr. Kwok.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I see that one of our subcontractors had to get pulled. And so my question is the reason for this, because if you take a look at the materials, they are enlightening, but they're also different in some ways. So for example, on the one hand, it says that this subcontractor specifically was unwilling or unable to meet the bid requirements. And then the other one dealt with apparently their failure to provide payment and performance bonds. So I'm wondering about the circumstances, because this is an important project, the La Puente High School dressing room, pool, and kitchen. And so I see this as a setback, unless that's not true. So I would like some edification on that if it's possible.
Okay, so I will answer that. So actually it won't impact the bid. The bid was a reward to a contractor, and within the contractor, they have multiple subcontractors to perform. So one of the subcontractor, they couldn't provide or couldn't commit it to the project that. So therefore, the contractor requests the change of the subcontractor. So the change will not make any negative impact in the project in terms of timeline or price or cost. So therefore, we make a recommendation to approve the change.
Okay, so there will be no impact whatsoever. Is that correct?
That is correct. This time, there's no impact in the timeline or anything. It's just one of the subcontractor. As we know that the big project, we award to one big contractor and they have multiple subcontractors.
Right, but usually a prime contractor, when they do something like this, they have their subcontractors lined up. So they would take responsibility with respect to that.
That is correct.
Right, so that's why that's a concern. So it seems the responsibility would fall under the prime contractor. However, if in fact there's no impact, whether it be fiscal, delay, or anything else, then it will fall under no harm, no foul. So I would view that in that way. But again, I would not like to see any impact whatsoever on the La Puente High School dressing room, pool, or kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.04K, approve substitution of plumbing and mechanical subcontractors for Chalmers Construction Services, Inc. bid number 2019-20.202R for the Willow Campus South Conference Room and Restroom renovation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
No, I definitely know that was Mr. Medrano. So second by Mr. Medrano. Discussion. Mr. Kwok?
Thank you, Mr. Medrano, for providing that contrast. So it's essentially the same thing as the other one. I just want to make sure there's no impact. But this one is interesting because the reason why this particular subcontractor is supposedly going to get pulled was because of a scheduling conflict. So, Madam Superintendent?
Sure, that's absolutely correct. As we go that, we know that every contract will have the timeline. So when you have the subcontractor, and from time to time, we know that subcontractor, they accept multiple jobs. So this is one of the conflict in terms of the work that they couldn't perform it on time for us, and to avoid further delay or further impact to the project. So therefore, the contractor, the prime contractor, requests the release and then to substitute with a new one.
So does this fall under, again, no harm, no foul?
That is correct.
All right, so then you could actually say that the prime contractor properly managed this, because move quickly to go ahead and drop this subcontractor to substitute another subcontractor. Would that be fair and accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you very much.
Right. Any other discussion?
Good.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go with the roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 5.05I. Approve contracts between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Alliance Bus Lines, California Bus, Shalimar, Durham Bus Services, Elite School Transit, First Student, Hopskip Drive, Lion Express, San Gabriel Valley Yellow Cab, South Winds Transportation, Student Transportation of America, Transportation Charter Service, Visor Bus Lines, and ZUM to provide transportation services for the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Martin.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Medrano. From
Second.
board, And can you guys say your name when you guys make your motions and your seconds so we don't have any confusions? So a motion by Mr.
Second.
Medrano and by Dr. Chang.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Delatorre.
Thank you. Okay, so in reading this, is a request to approve transportation services for the third-party charter vendors. Okay, and I'm not sure if Mr. James or Raymond is present. Maybe he can answer this question for me, or Ms. Bowie. But what I'm looking at this is, I wanted to verify that these transportation companies will comply with CDC guidelines, in particular with the pandemic that we're having right now, in regards to spacing or distancing, disinfecting, and being in confined space. Will there be somebody that is going to oversee this? Make sure that, as of now, I know we don't have anything planned for transportation, but if we do have sports events or field trips that we need to attend, I want to make sure that our kids' safety is number one, because they're private, that maybe they can do their own things, and I just want to make sure that somebody will be there to verify that these transportation companies are safe, and that they also have insurance.
So, Mr. Torre, Mr. James is not here, but I think I can answer very to this question. Absolutely, upon the approval of the contract.
Annie, Mr. James is on. So let's go ahead. Nancy, can you unmute Mr. James?
Raymond James.
I am
Raymond.
here. Good evening.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Did you hear the question?
I did.
All right.
So yes, all of our charter vendors, naming them through, most of them are all school bus vendors that are regulated by the same agencies and industry norms as our homegrown school buses, including the Department of Transportation, California Highway Patrol. And we have some updates from CDC and Department of Health of what transportation may look like. There's no definitive words yet, but we do have some guidance as to what transportation may look like when the school year starts back up in terms of social distancing and cleaning and disinfecting. And all of those bus companies would be held to the same standard as district school buses. And yes, we will be working with all of those vendors as needed, because they're not necessarily going to be working with us on a daily basis, but they'll be working with us on an as needed basis, and we will be working with them to ensure that they're following the same guidelines that public health is setting for our own school buses.
Well, okay, because of social distancing, do these companies have enough, a big fleet that they can accommodate for our services?
Some of the companies are bigger than others. They range in size, and that's the reason why there's so many of them, is that one company alone would not be able to handle the needs of our district. So we have several companies that we asked the board to approve us to work with, so that in the event that one company is not available, we can certainly look at other companies and get the services rendered to our students. So to answer the question quickly, yes, some are bigger than others, and they would be able to handle some of the work, but not all, which is why there's so many on the list there.
And also for expense, I know usually they charge you for a bus, but if, let's say, we want to take 30 students to a particular event and we might need 2 buses, is it something that is going to be an extra cost to us, to our district?
That would probably be the case if we have to take multiple buses instead of one bus, where we've done leading up to the possible start back of school and the possible use of school buses for activities, is we've taken some of our larger buses, our 78 passenger buses, and done some mock-ups to figure out how many students we would be able to get in a bus and on a field trip or an excursion. Some of our 78 passenger buses with the current CDC guidelines would be limited to about 15 students. If we take their recommendation of 1 student per row and skipping rows between students, So depending on the number of students going on an excursion, it could require multiple vehicles. And what we do to try to mitigate that is, because we have so many vendors on that list, we certainly always start with the least expensive first and try to get those requests in as early as possible. And unfortunately, throughout the school year, if trips come in late or things like that, then, we're subject to who's available. But we certainly do our best and work diligently to get the least expensive bus companies first on an as needed basis.
And you or someone in your department will oversee this, make sure that they comply with all these guidelines?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have if I may, Mr. President. Mr. James, we've done this before, right? In terms of this is this type of agenda item, correct?
That's correct. This agenda item is annual.
Right. Right. And the other part is that this is only when our own bus drivers are unavailable, correct?
That is correct. Our own bus drivers are our primary method of transportation for all field trips and excursions. These vendors would only be utilized in the event that our drivers, the excursion conflicts with our home to school schedules.
Right. And one of the issues that I recall speaking to you over the years, I found out was that the scheduling wasn't timely, and then you got put into a difficult situation. Is that correct also?
That happens, yes, more often than we would like.
And then I would presume that obviously there are going to be governing guidelines with respect to disinfection and cleanliness, right? And they would have to comply with that, right?
That is correct. They will be under the same guidelines as we are to disinfect our vehicles and to keep the social distancing guidelines in place.
Right, and they know that, and it should be in the contract. And if they don't do that, then obviously we would use them, right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know that there's field trips that our transportation department doesn't handle, like field trips up north to visit colleges or universities. I know usually we hire a private company because they have, I'm not sure, I believe they have restrooms too in their buses. So I just want to make sure safety is always our #1 priority. So over everything. So I just want to make sure that somebody will be in charge of making sure that our kids are safe when they ride their bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely we will be. And just incidentally, Mr. De La Torre, even those buses, when they are going upwards, up north and things like that, those buses are certified for SPAB transportation, and those restrooms are not available to students when they're on a school sanctioned field trip. So those restrooms and things like that are not accessible to students. They actually have to stop at regular restrooms and things like that.
All right, great, thank you. Any other questions? One more time. Any other discussions? Seeing none, we'll go with the roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. Chung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 6, policy items, none. 7, administrative item 7.01 bond project. 7.01A, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending May 1st, 2020 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Do I have a motion?
Martin moved.
Sorry, say that again.
So moved, Martin. This is Martin.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Medrano, second.
Kwok seconds.
Was that Mr. Kwok?
Yes, it was.
All right, moved by Mr. Medrano, second by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go with the roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Chung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.01B, present Citizens Bond Oversight Committee annual report for the year of 2019 for the Measure BB bond.
Good evening. Thank you, board, board president and board member. Tonight, I would like to invite the board, the chairman, the chairwoman of the CBOC committee to present the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee annual report for the 2019. Thank you.
Ms. Covarrubias, you may address the board.
Okay. Good evening, board members, HLP administration, virtual audience, and welcome to the newly appointed Superintendent, Dr. Jimenez. My name is Leticia Covarrubias, and I'm the CBOC chair. And I am pleased to share CBOC annual report with you. The purpose of the report is to inform the public and taxpayers concerning the expenditures and use of bond funds. This is the second annual report for Measure BB. The focus of this report is to cover CBOC activities which took place during fiscal year 2019. The report includes background information about Measure BB with CBOC Oversight Committee structure and process. The main report is organized in 5 sections and includes CBOC activities and reports reviewed, bond expenditures for fiscal year 2019, summary of the progress for district bond program, and CBOC's annual 2019 compliance statement. Activities for CBOC included quarterly meetings, which were held in September of 2018, December 2018, March 2019, and June of 2019. All agenda, minutes, and reports are posted on the district website. During the fiscal year, the committee members reviewed numerous reports, including non-bond projects, cost-saving measures, financial information, agreements related to bond program, and the audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. The CBOC members were engaged in discussions and asked relevant questions, providing transparency and accountability for the bond program. The district issued its first bond series in June of 2017. The bond fund balance as of June 30th, 2019 was approximately $72 million. The committee has shared its concern regarding spending the issuance within the required timeline. 85% of the issuance must be spent within 3 years. So this means by next month, June 2020, 85% of $72 million must have been spent. The HLP administrators have assured us the district will be in compliance. The outstanding bonds June 30th, 2019 was approximately $65 million. The issuance will cost the district approximately $53 million in interest. Therefore, I urge the district to spend the funds wisely and invest in long-term projects. Since 2019 had minimal activity, there was only approximately $367,000 in expenses. As of June 30th, 2019, district bond project activities included interim housing, approving design guidelines, conducting assessments, architect site visits and drawings, preliminary scope of work defined, and costs were prepared by the district. The district also completed the request for proposals and negotiations for architectural services for 12 projects at 8 schools. The CBOC reviewed the bond audit report, and based on the audit report, including activities reported by the district, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee has verified that the district is in compliance with the requirements. But before I conclude, I want to thank the CBOC members. I am thankful for their commitment and appreciate the engaging discussions and questions during the meeting. Their attendance and participation in the meetings is a testament to the desire to have an effective bond program that ensures responsibility to the community. The committee members are Charles Samakas, Neil Maborio, Sabina Lowe, Louis Perez, Olivia Roberts, Reina Sanchez, and Margarita Sejono. This concludes the CBOC annual report presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. 7.02 Board of Education. 7.02A, approve resolution proclaiming May 2020 Foster Care Awareness Month. Do I have a motion?
Well, before that, Mr. President, I had some questions on the CBOC. Is it possible to ask them?
Sure.
Thanks. Just quickly. So the report indicated it appears from what I heard that it's just a calendar year as opposed to a school year? Because I just heard it was limited to 2019.
Gino, can we hold off? We don't have Leticia. She might have logged off. Let me see if she's
All right.
still on. Nancy, can we get Leticia back on?
Okay. Go ahead. She's there.
Ms. Corupias, thank you for your report. I have a few questions, if
You're
I may. So my first question is, you mentioned that this was for 2019. So does it go by calendar year as opposed to school year?
It's through fiscal year June 30th, 2019.
Okay, so what's the time? I mean, you got June 2019. So beginning from June 2019 to, if you do fiscal year, does it include
The fiscal year is June 2018 through July 30th, 2019.
Oh, I see. So this is, okay, so it is the school year, but it's 18 through 19, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. My next question is that in light of the current economic condition, would there be any savings that may be able to be realized under the circumstances?
Any savings? I'm sorry, I can't hear you too well.
Yeah, so
Gino, that's not under their purview.
Their purview?
Yeah, because we're the ones who approve all bond expenditures, so it's up to us for that. They're just overseeing what we spend. They wouldn't have any input on that. Annie, correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
That is correct.
My other question, maybe it would go for you, Annie, is that now, because we have to go ahead and expend this within a 3-year period from the time of the first issuance of the series of bonds, is there going to be any extension because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
I didn't see anything requesting or we don't actually during this time. I would think that there will be some kind of extension because we know that we haven't been able to do anything much during the March until could be possible in a few more months in the future. So even though nobody haven't reaching out to us to provide any like paper extension, but I believe that there will be some kind of extension and understanding during this COVID-19 time.
Yeah, because we had a state of emergency, right? You couldn't even engage in these types of programs, right?
That
so
is
you would
correct.
think that you would get something like that. All right, thank you very much.
All right, going back to 7.02A. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alatorre. Is there a second?
Medrano will second.
Mr. Medrano seconds. Roll call, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung, Dr. Chung,
Oh, aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.02B. Approved resolution of the Board of Education of the Hacienda La Fuente Unified School District denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment arising due to fears of the COVID-19 pandemic and affirming its commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. Do I have a motion?
Clock moves.
A second.
We have a motion by Mr. Kwok and a second by Dr. Chang. Any discussion?
I think it's a very positive step, and it reflects the values of who we are as a school district and who we care about, and the fact that we are in a position to always protect each and every one of our students, regardless of any ethnicity or any other type of condition, or characteristic. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I think this phenomenon has happened throughout the Hacienda Heights, and I even have the witness some of the people, and they are I cannot say for sure they are not this Republican or Donald Trump's follower. They are aimed and criticize these Asian peoples and ask them to get out here. I think that's not fair because we are all American. We live in this country, and where do we go? And only way we can do that one is through this legislation or through the education. I think this one is a really good one here. We all got it affected, and we all share the same boat. We should not have this kind of creation, use this one as a creation, patriots against one to the others.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Any other board comments? So I just want to say that I want to thank my colleagues on the board for bringing this forward. We've seen hatred and racism come against the Asian American Pacific Islander community recently during this pandemic. But even just this week, we saw xenophobia and, again, racism coming from the US Senate on creating the new Chinese Exclusion Act for this era. And it's horrible what people are doing against our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. And we need to speak up as leaders in our communities to say that's not okay. It's not okay for the United States Senate or for the United States government to create new Chinese exclusion acts present day. And so I want to thank the board for putting this on the agenda, for hopefully moving forward on this. We need to speak up. We can't stay silent. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Nancy, roll call, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Young?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.03 instruction, 7.3A. Approve reformatted local plan and adoption of the annual budget and service plans for the 2020-2021 school year as a single district special education local plan area per California Education Code section 56195. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
I'll make the Medrano second.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, seconded by Mr. Medrano. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.03B. Approve to ratify the proposed graduation credit requirements of the state minimum of 130 credits for 2019-2020 school year for the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District due to the COVID-19 pandemic that resulted in the loss of instructional time for credit recovery for high school and adult education students. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Delatorre.
Delatorre. I will second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Mr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.04 Human Resources. 7.04A. approve as indefinite employee salaries to include all management, confidential, and other non-represented personnel for 2020-2021. Do I have a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. I will go ahead and second it. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.04B, approve resolution in the matter of the reduction or discontinuance of certain certificated particular kinds of service for the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a motion? I will make the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Was that Martin?
Yes.
All right, motion by Mr. Duarte, second by Mr. Medrano. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.04C, approve resolution in the matter of the reduction or elimination of classified positions for the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a motion? I will go ahead and make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Please state your name. I don't know who made that second.
Jeffrey De La Torre.
All right, second by Mr. De La Torre. So we have motion by Mr. Duarte, second by Mr. De La Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.05A, approve resolution authorizing competitive negotiations for competitive bidding process, public contract code section 20118.2. Do I have a motion?
Quack moves.
I have a motion by Mr. Kwok. Do I have a second?
Second, Joseph.
Second by Dr. Chang. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.05B, approved to ratify a resolution of the Board of Education of the Hacienda La Puerta Unified School District adopting and approving the associate membership agreement, joining the Education Technology Joint Powers Authority. Do I have a motion?
Medrano moves.
Motion by
Quack
Mr.
second.
Medrano. I heard a motion by Mr. Medrano. Who's second?
Second De La Torre or Quack. I don't know.
I heard Mr. De La Torre second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.06 contracts and agreements, none. 7.07 student discipline matters, none. 8 Board of Education comments. We will start with Mr. Medrano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start off by congratulating all of our graduates this year and expressing my deepest sympathies about the circumstances in which they're going to have to receive their diplomas, like many people around the country have. I know each of us on the board had the power to make things different, we would have made sure they would have had their graduation as normal. And I know that I was looking forward to seeing Jeffrey personally give his son his diploma, and I'm really sad that he missed out on that beautiful opportunity. So my deepest sympathies to you, my friend. We covered a lot in this meeting. And I want to start off by commenting on my, adding my comments about our new superintendent. Very excited for the direction he's going to take the district. I think we're in really good shape moving forward. But with that, I really have to thank profusely our interim superintendent, Annie Bowie. Annie's been with our district for a long time, and any time a crisis is hit, for better or worse, she's been the person who's had to help us get us through it. And through no fault or consequences of her own, she found herself having to manage an unprecedented historical crisis with COVID-19. And before that, she had to manage the crisis of the real estate boom and the Great Recession in the late 2000s. And so, you know, I just can't say enough good things about you, Annie. I want to thank you for what you've done for us. I want to thank you for keeping the ship steady and for working as hard as you do. With that, I want to also commend our teachers and administrators for you know, getting through this school year. You know, my fiance is an educator herself, and so getting the chance to see her transition to you know, distance learning and staying up late to do her lessons plans and late into the evening making calls to parents. You know, our teachers really were special when we needed them most to be, and I want to thank them all for how they managed to get through get us through the rest of this year. I want to commend all of the retirees we had go through this year. I saw a few names on there that I was really sad to see go, particularly I think I saw Sonia Wheeler and Carmel Horseman, who have served our district well for the last few years. Sonia was one of the first people who I met when I started running, and I know she'll be missed deeply. I also want to thank all of our classified staff for, you know, making sure our students are fed and keeping our district functioning and our community together the past few months with the work they've been doing at our schools. Thank you for what you do every day, and thank you for what you've done in this time of crisis. Really quickly, I think the last thing I wanted to touch on and comment on was how difficult the rest of not just this year, but the next few years are going to be for our district and public education as a whole. Unfortunately, as many of you know and have seen, the numbers aren't coming in too well. And the district's on the horizon or on the precipice of entering a new phase of difficulty. And a lot of stress and tough decisions are going to have to be made. For that, you know, I'm concerned. Not because it's any mismanagement on the district's fault, but really because of you know, the pandemic, things we can't control, structural funding in the state of California and its budget. But I know that with the current board we have, our new superintendent, with Annie as well, that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we prioritize our kids. Education is going to change, and you know, budgets are reflections of your priorities. And I am absolutely confident, and I hope everyone who's in this with us is going to understand that that's our bottom line. So however we have to cut, however we have to spend, is going to be in the best interest of kids. It's not going to be fun. Obviously, none of us wish to be in this position. It isn't fun to have to discuss this or have to engage in it. But the reality is we're going to have to make really hard choices that ensure we're maximizing our children's opportunity to learn in this new environment while maintaining everyone's safety, for whether it's our teachers or our classified staff. So be ready. We will do our best to make sure we properly inform everybody about what's happening. And again, I want to congratulate the graduating class of 2020. And with that, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Nancy, for just making sure we function and keeping all these board meetings together. Oftentimes it goes unnoticed, the behind the scenes work that you do to make this flow. And I'm greatly appreciative to have you here the last 5 years and keep us all in line. So with that, hope everyone has a good night. Thanks for joining the meeting. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. Mr. Natori.
Good evening, everyone. Well, let me start off by thanking our interim superintendent, Annie Bowie, and her cabinet, Nancy, JR, Judy, Janet, Cynthia, Dr. Lynn, Yvette. I mean, there's so many. It's such a large group. For truly showing us what leadership looks like during difficult times. I really admire all of you. I want to welcome Dr. Jimenez to our HLPUSD family. Again, we look forward to working with you. It is usually, the board meetings are not this long. I'm lying, but they're really good board meetings. Also, the voting that we did today for National Foster Care Awareness Month in May, I urge the district to continue to provide services and support to our foster and welfare of homeless families. Thank you so much, Martha Calderon and Equity and Access for your teamwork. I really appreciate it. I know we're gonna have a lot of families. They're gonna need our support. Congratulations to all of our classified and certificated retirees. Wishing you all the best on your next chapters of life. And congratulations to the class of 2020. I do have a question. Are we gonna be invited to the modified graduations or is it just principals? I don't blame you. Please enjoy your summer, everyone, and take care, be safe, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by wishing the heartfelt congratulations to the class of 2020. Obviously, it was not something that was expected, but we always come through regardless of what the situation is. I remember thinking about the graduation and what could be done after our emergency board meeting on Friday, March the 13th. But our school district is unfortunately not a sovereign nation, so we have to follow edicts. And as I was toying with the idea of what could we do, it was the LA County Office of Education and then the LA County Public Health Department that specifically banned all graduations, including single person graduations. But now it appears that there might be some loosening on this. And so July may be a possibility. So if we were to go ahead and do that, I would encourage the school district to go forward on that because it's a special day for high school graduates, and as well as our middle school, elementary school, and kindergarten. My own daughter, who has followed in my public education career because I was here from elementary all the way through high school, she was is a graduating or a promoting 8th grader. And it was amazingly difficult for her because she had all these friends and they had all of these plans and they couldn't even really do much of anything. And they couldn't even get their yearbook signed. But they got through it. And so if we do for high school, I would like to see us do that also for middle school and elementary school and for everyone. Under those circumstances. I want to thank our teachers, classifieds, administrators, confidential, everyone for being here and doing everything that they can for our kids right now. And I try to be out there as much as possible. Whenever I'm there, I salute them all. Going to all of our food center sites. And it's a privilege for me to go there. And it's time that I treasure every time I have that opportunity. I saw recently that there was summer school and there were a number of kids that were not able to get into summer school. And for a student generation that has suffered so much of learning deficit, of a truncated year, of being at home for all these months and not being able to go to summer school was really something that was very difficult for me to accept. I happened to have a conversation with our president, and then right after that, I reached out to the president of Mount SAC, and he has promised to assist in this area. And he's gotten a couple of deans over there. So I'd like to share that with our district office. They have indicated to me that they believe that they can go ahead and work and with our technology, be able to allow kids to take summer school classes. I know that one of the classes that my own daughter could not take because of the waiting list, which I hope that she can take, just like every other child in our school district, I want to use her by way of example, is Spanish. So hopefully we will be able to work that with Mount SAC. So at the very least, our kids can get some instruction, even if it isn't for a grade. Distance learning is here to stay. And so I'm very sensitive to what Dr. Savina Lowe was talking about that. It's something that we have to be very careful about. I want to thank the CBOC committee again for all of their hard work with their chair, Leticia Corubias, and all the members that she mentioned. We are constantly working on the issues at hand, whether it's the budget or COVID-19. We had recently the CSBA Delegate Assembly. We did that by Zoom, and we had over 240 participants. So certainly the technology should allow our kids to take these classes. I have heard only positive about what the district has done in terms of the support for our students, whether it be the 11,000 laptops, the over 300,000 meals, the Wi-Fi hotspots, the Sprint 1 million project. And that really shows what we are as a school district by continuing to do this. I appreciate the teachers union president indicating how we have to have an aligned view of everyone, regardless of any personal characteristic, that there are no such things as negative stereotypes that we should ever be party to. I'm very pleased and proud of our school board that manifested that value in our school district with the COVID-19 resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian American and anti-Pacific Islander sentiment. We lead with our values here, and we combine it with the facts because the truth always matters, whether it be the objective truth, the scientific truth, or the personal truth. I'm very pleased with our collaboration. We're going to have to get through this only through collaboration to see the district be recognized for the MPDL model, what we've done with our labor management team. And my colleague, Mr. Medrano, is right. We spent all of the CSBA board meeting, or at least the majority of it, as well as the delegate assembly, talking about the budget and how we're going to do this. And one item that I really wanted to ask capital advisors, but I had some technical issues, was in light of these cuts, our situation or a public school situation is much more challenging because there might have to be some modification to our classrooms in terms of configuration and so forth. So that's, again, something. And it is going to be very, very tough. We will know how tough in the middle of July. We won't really know until then. But what I do know is that the only way that we can get through it is we get through it together with everyone in our community, as well as all of our employees, our certificated, our classified, our administrators, our leaders, all the way through that. I want to welcome again Dr. Alfonso Jimenez and the board. We spent a significant amount of time, probably about 10 hours over the course of a couple of days. And we did very carefully select who we thought would be the best course for the future of the school district in terms of leadership, at the most important position that we have here, which is superintendent. And the fact that we all went through this together, and I want to say thank you to Nancy because she was throughout this process. And it was a 5-0 vote. It was a 5-0 vote because we are fully embracing Dr. Jimenez as being the right leader at the right time for our kids and our community going forward. I want to say also that I want to express my deep appreciation to Annie Bowie. I would tell you that when she became interim superintendent, no one could have ever thought what she would have to go through. And you could even make this stuff up, all the way from the beginning of all these issues down to the pandemic that nobody had ever foreseen. So Annie, I thank you for that. I've said it time and time again that I've been commended that I don't get much sleep and I'm always working, but I can't compare to Annie because Annie sleeps less than I do. And lastly, I want to thank and celebrate the retirees. The fact that you're looking at over a millennium of years shows the dedication they have and the district culture, environment, and the familiar bonds that ties all together. So I salute them. I thank them for their public service. And it's because of that I'm always optimistic. And they're the ones that make Hacienda La Puente the best school district in the state of California. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Dr. Chang?
The first thing is, I'm still concerned about this. I heard that this virtual design has been approved by DSA, and it is waiting for the school board approval of the design. And during this period of time, and I think the construction cost is going down. And also during this time, we don't have anybody in the school. So I think the board should use the opportunity first to approve the design and select the items which is very necessary for the school to use. For instance, the kitchen, these bathrooms, all those things we should build right now for the students to use. Otherwise, those students, parents, and have come to the school for so many times, and they ask such minimal things that we haven't delivered to them. So since we already have the design, and also right now the construction is not yet very active right now, and there's lots of people available to work. So I think that the board can use the opportunity to approve the design and to start the essential items first. And the second one is about the budget, and it's very interesting. I think about a couple of years ago, and there's a proponent saying we should reduce the school reserve, and you don't need to save so much money, and like a 3% or something is enough, and nobody can see, these kind of things happen. But at that time, I strongly opposed that. I said anything happen, we must have at least 10 to 20% of reserve, because otherwise we won't be able to pull through. And now these things happen, and those people, proponent want to have this down to the 3% reserve. They all disappeared. They just clean their hand, and no responsibility, no accountability for that at all. That is really make you frustrated about those politicians. They only play parties. They don't care about our children's education. And the last thing is this last couple of months. I really appreciate the school district, everybody work together, and especially the leaders of each group, either this Dr. Fancher, and I think even the JR and some administrators take so much heat against them. And in particularly, it's amazing, this Annie, you can show your leadership and get everybody work together and make things happen. And your contribution is really significant, and we will never forget it. And we really appreciate your leadership to make this difficult time we can pull it through. And also I feel sorry if any one of you got a complaint about or criticize about, but we all understand your situation, and we all believe that you have done outstanding jobs for the school district, for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shang. So first off, I want to start off congratulating the class of 2020. I know it's been a difficult last semester of your school year. You didn't get to have prom, you didn't get to have all the senior night, grad nights, and especially graduation. And we are all so very happy that the county health department relaxed the rules to allow at least a drive-through graduation. I know your principals have been working very hard for the last week and making that happen. We look forward to you being able to celebrate at least in that way. I know it's not enough for all the hard work you've put in for all your years of Hacienda La Puente. And we received all the emails from the parents and from the students and relatives on all their concerns. And trust me, we read them and we heard you. And we lobbied hard to hopefully let the county allow these drive-through graduations at least at the bare minimum. And we are grateful that they did. So we look forward to seeing you guys go and receive your diplomas next week with your individual high schools. We're so excited for you that this was able to happen. We're so excited the county let this happen for our district and for all the districts in LA County. So just be safe. Remember, there are safety measures out there to keep you safe. Again, we have over 2,000 people who've died in LA County alone. It's the majority of the state of California's deaths on this COVID virus. Please be safe. Listen to the rules your principals tell you, but celebrate. You deserve this. You earned it. Congratulations. I want to congratulate all of our retirees. I know I said it earlier. You guys have put in so many years and dedication to our school district. We appreciate every day of it and everything you've given to our students and our families. So thank you and enjoy your retirement. And again, every virtual meeting, I have to thank Nancy, Jeanette, Laura, Raul, all the tech team, everybody who makes these virtual meetings happen. We're all taking these meetings from our homes while they're in the district office doing this. Thank you for making this happen. I know there's always little hiccups in all these meetings. We're learning as we go, but thank you guys for working hard to make sure that this happens for our community and for our district. It's important that we continue as normal as possible with district business and our board meetings. And we really appreciate you doing this and taking the time from your schedules to do this. I want to thank Annie, Jill, Judy, all of our directors, all of our executive directors, all the administrative staff, principals, assistant principals, everybody who's really made sure that our district has been able to continue during these difficult times. Annie, you have been a rock for our school district, and we appreciate all the hard work that you have done. I've seen the emails of people who email you and have said some very nasty things to you, to me, to the board, to the district. Please don't listen to that. We appreciate you and all you have done and all of the staff has done. We've been working so hard with little guidance to make sure that our students are continuing to learn, our staff is continuing to work and be safe. And we are about to enter some really difficult times, but thank you for continuing to guide us through all of this. It's been hard, and I know that, but we appreciate all you have done. And I know I speak for the board that we really all appreciate your leadership and your continued leadership, because we're going to go through some difficult times. Hopefully, the Senate budget and the Assembly agrees, and we don't have to deal with some of those budget cuts that we may have to look forward to. I have some hope based on the presentation we had today that that may happen. Hopefully, we all hope that happens. We never want to see employees furloughed, laid off. You guys worked really hard during the recession to make sure that didn't happen. I'm sure in your tenure, you never thought you'd have to see that recession time again. This is worse than the recession. And so I know you're really working hard to minimize all of the impacts that we'll have on staff and our students. So thank you. I want to congratulate Dr. Jimenez. We look forward to working with you. We're really excited to have you join the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District family. As we mentioned before, we are a family. A lot of us have many ties to this district. My family has 3 generations in this school district, and majority of this board actually went to school in this district. We're really excited to have you join us. We look forward to you helping lead us through these troubling times. But I know we picked the right person to assist us through that. And the last thing I want to say is, right now, as we're here in our board meeting and dealing with local issues and our school district stuff, there is a police station in Minneapolis on fire from the protest that's going on over there, from the death of George Floyd, and anger and everything that's going on with that. It's troubling times that's been bubbling from many years, but also through all this pandemic. But also for the over 100,000 people that we saw this week that was announced that have died from this virus. We can take a moment of silence to remember the I think it's almost 102,000 people now. A moment of silence for all those who've lost their lives to this virus, to George Floyd, who lost his life too soon, and a prayer to the community of Minneapolis that they can find some peace and answers, because I think that's what that community needs. So if we can take a moment of silence for all those things before we adjourn, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, board. Please, let's keep all those families who lost loved ones, including ours, to this virus. All the families that are being impacted in Minneapolis through all this social unrest, and to protect our first responders over there as well. These are troubling times. So please, let's keep our community, but the greater community in all of our prayers. So can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Buck moves.
Okay.
Joseph, second.
I believe I heard a motion by Mr. Kwok and a second by Mr. Alatorre. Nancy, roll call.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.